Hello. I am back with this game that I ended up playing until 1:30 yesterday. Mainly because the batteries in my clock stopped and I thought it was earlier than it was, but also because I was really enjoying it. So yeah, five and a half hours. I could tell I was enjoying it, so we have to do some more today. It demps the rules. From enjoying a game, we get to play more. No, 5 hours, not 5 and a half. For 5 hours. We played it for 5 hours yesterday. So yeah. Oh, anyway, hi Circlead, and anyone else who's here. Let me just grab a daily, and I will flip it over. If you want to hear stuff about the game, then watch the beginning of yesterday's VOD. Today we're just going to be playing. Oh, and then I'm going to have my jumper on. So let me load up the game, switch over, put my jumper on. Because I sat down and it's going to be cold, and I'm like, I don't want it to be cold. Ugh. Well, for 5 hours, but it was probably a 5.5 hour stream because we did pause for breaks. Because I paused my VOD so that there's not random breaks within it. Because that is not really great for the YouTube side. And obviously I wish I'd done that before. At some point I might go through and edit old VODs for removing the breaks and the and the bits at the beginning. Where it's, you know, you making tea and what have you. But for now we've got a fairly streamlined process. I mean, it's still raw footage, just sans break screen. Oh, I have soup, because I forgot to eat. I have my game, I got my blankie, I got my tea. And we're going to have our first meeting where we might have some information. Because we just found our first official dead body. Which was unfortunately the old man, leader of the camp. So there are things that might come out of this. So the first one is so it was 1:19. And I was like, oh, but no, it's not 20 to 1, my clock stopped. So I put a new battery in my clock and it is now appropriately 3:15. So yeah, the camp leader got bludgeoned. So there are two things. One I just thought of right now. So the guy revealed that he's the snake or the seer role, the role that can detect werewolves. Doesn't seem to care so much about tradition and probably thought he was doing a good thing by doing that. But thus forced the spider, who's the guardian angel, to protect him so he doesn't die, so they don't lose their most powerful tool, which meant that the leader was exposed and therefore was attacked and killed. There is a small chance that it was a wolf that was lying, and the person that's actually the snake didn't say something for some reason. And it was a tactic to pull protection away from the most valuable person in the camp. I don't think that's the case, but that's what my brain came up with, that could be a thing. So, anyway, so we've just basically moved the dead body of the camp leader. Everyone keeps getting referred to as first name honorific, last name honorific, nickname honorific, and different honorifics. So, honestly, at this point, I have no idea who anyone's name is, except perhaps ours and the one woman that we met at the very beginning, and the one woman that the young girl that doesn't trust us, because those ones are fine, but it's bad enough having to remember one name for people when they're talking about other people without having to remember at least 3 and various honorifics. So I can't remember the old guy's name, but he's dead. His head got very much flattened. And so far the only clue we have is that the girl that doesn't trust us looked very sick and queasy this morning. So I would wonder if the wolves know they're wolves, if it's a possession type of thing, or if it's a replacement type of thing. Do they absorb so much of their victims' personalities that they would find this violence abhorrent? Or is it something else? So yeah. Anyway, feeling powerless, we approached the dining hall. We'd pass by here and go straight for the graveyard. Tall Yamawaki-san had come out too, she in the midst of prayer. Mr. Corners, also hey Leaky. Kaori Oribi-san was standing next to her. She looked completely out of it. Rikoku Umatsu was covering Mika's eyes and looking straight at me. Haru-chan, Kanso-san's actual granddaughter. Ah! Right. It's her granddad that died. But she was the one that was also looking nauseous. I thought it was the other guy's granddad, but it wasn't. It's her granddad. So did she kill him? Is what I'm wondering. Or did she suspect that would happen and that's why she was looking ill? I don't know. But I am suspicious of her right now. I was watching her grandfather's corpse with an intense expression. It probably wasn't good to make any assumptions here, but I couldn't help it. I feel like her expression was not full of unbearable sorrow, but of anger, hatred, and disgust. I'd never seen them have a nice chat, so I wouldn't have been surprised if they didn't see eye to eye. Still. But yeah, there's family in this. There's a lady and her 2 sons, father, granddaughter type situation, possibly other ones that I can't remember right now, you know, so. But it is very much an intense game of werewolf, but just not where I seem to have any control over who's what and guessing. So I'm just speculating at this point, but I'm really enjoying the story. As you may have noticed with the ridiculously long stream. Still, I'd have liked it if she made a different expression, if only for this moment. I could only think that because I was an outsider who didn't know shit, it wasn't good to make assumptions. Shit. Why was I in this position? Just how much could I even learn in my position? But as it turned out, I was still underestimating the situation. Oh yeah, the youngest son is missing. We can't find Yoshi-kan anywhere. We met Jimmy on the way to the graveyard. She and the 2 high school guys were still searching, but the mist made it extremely difficult. We told her we'd join once we buried Kanzo-san and picked up our pace. The graveyard wasn't that far. Azumizu wasn't very big, it only felt like it because of the mists or the load. I'd completely forgotten about him. He was alright too, huh? I had no idea why, but he was looking at us, clapping and laughing. That meant that Yoshitsu Orobiken was the only one we hadn't seen. I was told there'd only be one. The wolves were supposed to kill only one person per night. Not saying a word, I hurried to finish the job. That led us to finding him early. Yoshitsugu-kan was on the shortest path to the cliff, in the grass of the graveyard. Though Takumi-san had only noticed him by chance, it was how deep in the grass he was, and how many pieces of him there were. It reeked of death too, but it was mixed with the smell of trampled grass and a strange beastly odour. So this, obviously this is a horrible screen to pause on, but this is what the other two bodies looked like the previous night, the ones that had been devoured by the werewolf because they weren't safely tucked away, and probably how we looked. Whereas the old man had his head smashed in, which was different. So did someone maybe suspect he was a werewolf and preemptively killed him? Did they use this as a thing? Is there something else going on here? Because this is what we expected to find the body like. Maybe not all the blood around here was his. Unlike Kanzo-san, he left clear proof of a tough battle and intense pain. Poor kid, I mean, he had an attitude, but no one deserves to be mutilated like this. Yoshi, you had guts, and we can see them. This is the guy that is the seer, so he's the one that has information. So yeah, it feels like Yoshi is the one. So why kill a kid? You know, I would have expected the leader of the village to have been attacked, not a kid. Was he out? Was he not obeying the rules, so that's why he was destroyed like that? But if we're losing 2 people a night, that's just not great. Takumi-san's voice was shaking. He picked up a soccer ball-sized object. Half-eaten and basically a shadow of what it used to be, it clenched its teeth even in death. Can I? Takumi-san gave it. Otsutsugan's head to me, and I put my finger in its mouth. I was curious about what was stuck in there. What I found was a clump of beastly fur. He literally fought tooth and nail, resisting until the very end. He was a strong kid. Like, fortitude. Resisting what? So yeah, if you missed yesterday, very brief summary. We, the main character, whose name, don't ask me to pronounce, will come up on screen. It's the guy with the brown hair. Got lost on a motorbike ride. Found a convenience store, got directions to the nearest village, fell off a cliff, waded through a river, got rescued by Jimmy, who's the girl with the plait, the woman with the plait, and there was something weird going on at the village. It turns out it's like a real life game of werewolf. Actually, people getting killed. We have died once. We have a flowchart. We love it. We have to unlock keys to be able to make different choices. So the first one we got was key 2. We went outside, we got eaten. We then were able to resist the urge, and then we could carry on. We did make a choice here that didn't give us a key, but it was worth it to get an ending, because I want to unlock everything, obviously. And, you know, it's literally reenacting werewolf if you're aware of werewolf. Different role names. You've got snake, monkey, spider, and crow instead of seer, guardian angel, etc. But other than that, you know, but it's kind of like nonary games in that you have to find out information. You remember stuff that happened in an alternate timeline when you died. So I'm really enjoying it. And at some point, a sheet will pop up on the screen and tell us we can't stream anymore, or we shouldn't stream anymore. They've asked not to, stream past a certain point. But that is in chapter 4, and we are currently in chapter 3. So, I'm assuming there's way more information in here than, so they don't want it. They want people to buy the game, and I would suggest you do that if you're enjoying it. You can, of course, just fast forward through it if you don't want to actually enjoy the game, but I want to enjoy the game, so I'm reading it out. And yeah, basically we're trying to figure out what happened, who the werewolves are. The werewolves are basically imposters. They take the place of villagers. Maybe they're eaten, maybe they're in a cave somewhere, maybe it's like a Red Riding Hood grandma type situation, or it's like, a Doctor Who type situation where, somewhere they're in a cocoon and their memories are being harvested. We don't know as yet the details. Set in Japan, where werewolves don't actually, they're not native to Japan, so it's really weird. It seems to be like an old village legend that's come true. The village is full of ostracized people. And yeah, it's really weird. Also, the werewolves kind of broke our bike, which is mean. So yeah, we've just had the first official night. The first night, two reporters, or reporter and the camera person, died because they were not locked away. But this is the first night a villager has died. But in fact, 2 villagers have died, so that's why I'm like, oh, one appears to have died by the same way as the reporter and the cameraman did. The other one had his head bashed in, so did someone take advantage of the situation, especially with the door being unlocked? So, resisting what? Obviously the being that brought the corruption. It didn't take too long for the news of Yoshitsuka Oribe's death to spread across the village. I'd heard that the pain of losing one's child was beyond any description. Even so, Kaori Oribe-san broke down so badly it felt abnormal. I mean, it's not so much that he died from, like, cancer or getting hit by a car. He got mutilated by a supernatural being. I think the mother of that son is allowed to completely fall apart, dictating how grief. Yeah, so there are some. The narrator is a bit of an arse and a little bit of a perv. So, I have opinions about some of the things he says, but I have really enjoyed the story so far. So we will play for a few hours, several hours today. We will see how it goes. We will raid into someone when we're finished and possibly have some takeout because it's been a week. But hopefully the sheep that tells us we can't stream anymore and when I feel like I want to end the stream coincide, because I'd like to do the full bit, and then I will be playing it for the rest of today because I'm really enjoying it. Possibly the weekend, and we'll pick something else for tomorrow's stream. This is one of 2 we've got left on the to-do list, which we've not unlocked yet. We need to get a bit further to unlock it, but then we'll only have 1 left. And we've got like a whole week left of March still, so we might actually finish our random to-do list this month. We've also managed 6.5 completions, 6 full games, 1 DLC, so I'm counting as a half. Not as many completions as I'd usually do. Usually I'd complete at least half the games on the list, but there have been other competitions at the same time, so I've been a bit more BTPC. The mild-mannered woman became a mad beast. We had to band up to keep her from running to where we found Yoshi's corpse. We'd already gathered it up and thrown it into Saranaga after all. Takumi-san kept a tuft of the boy's bleached hair, which he gave to Kaori-san. She instantly put it in her mouth. Through her wailing and choking, she did her best to chew and swallow it. It was a wretched, gloomy, miserable sight. Though it might have been an act born of ultimate motherly love, whatever the case, no matter the shape, it was too late to try and bring her child back into herself, not to mention absurd and pointless. I think you're being a wee bit judgmental here. Her youngest son has been ripped apart by monsters. I really hope she doesn't turn out to be the werewolf, because that would be really shitty. Or the brother, because that would be really shitty. I don't know. Honestly, I don't have any suspects right now, other than the granddaughter of the guy that got his head smashed in is acting weird. That was how it looked like in my eyes. And I'm a judgmental prick. Let's begin the feast. We've got to do something about the one who killed the old man and Yoshi. His words got the attention of basically everyone present, but they didn't reach the sobbing mother and her older son, who was gently consoling her. I'm just going to call him Yoshi, because I keep butchering his name. Why did he have to go against the laws? His efforts in death had only worked to corner not just his mother, but everyone else here. Is that because he was out? Did he not believe it? Did he die because of the corruption? He wasn't killed by the werewolves. Or was he killed by the werewolves and dragged out? Because he didn't live in the dorms like we did. I'm confused. So hopefully we'll get some answers. I think we need one more death to be able to have some answers, which is unfortunate. And obviously we really need to not lynch an innocent villager, because, you know, we're losing them by the handful. It was useless. He'd gotten some weird fur for us. No one, not even me, had any doubts about what we were dealing with here. A situation where everyone was desperate, acted on their own accord, and didn't know how to use their lives well was basically the worst. I feel like the fact that he had werewolf fur in his mouth means that he was attacked, surely. Apparently this line of thinking I had would foreshadow the next turn of events. Where did Haru-chan go? Shit, why was everyone in such a hurry to do the worst things possible? Oh yeah, the feast is basically the lynching. Chimi, Chikamochi, Takumi and I went to search for Haru. I'm just not going to read all the surnames. I'm just getting them so mixed up. Kiori-san showed no signs of calming down, so Kasanka-kun stayed with her. Kiona Tsukishi refused to come, arguing it could be bad if there wasn't enough manpower around the dining hall, and he wasn't wrong about that. It wasn't unlikely that some fur-covered murderer, or Haru-chan's kidnapper, was still around. To prevent any surprise attacks or accidents, we split into pairs. We were given a hoe and a sickle for self-defense. Be careful, you two. Shout if something happens, loud enough so we can hear you, but low enough that others can't. So, we're the guy on the left. I think this is Chico, who sometimes wears a dress, but seems to have changed back between scenes, which is slightly confusing. Oh, Mochi, not Chico, sorry. Mochi. I knew I had the chip sound. I'm really bad with names, if you hadn't already guessed. Alright, let's go, Mochi. Time to do work, Hassan. The skirt would have made the search harder for him, so he changed into his school uniform. Oh, okay. It explains it. That's great. It wasn't cut out for the job either, but he had no other clothes. At least it was better than a one-piece dress. He seemed to enjoy wearing girls' clothing, so changing into the uniform was probably his way of showing he was serious about this. He kept his easygoing tone of voice, but I felt like there was gravity in his eyes too. He might have been pretty shaken. I mean, one of his classmates was ripped apart. The village elder had his head smashed in. The fact that everyone is not just falling apart right now, I feel like that is a reasonable reaction to brutal murder. But we are judgy narrator, who is vaguely unreliable at this point, I have to say. Haru-chan. Haru-chan. We walked around Yasumizu shouting until our throats became dry. We checked every bush, all the patches of tall grass, and behind every tree. We even searched the water around the paddy fields, but it didn't feel like we were any closer to finding her. What do you think happened to her? I don't know. Maybe she's shocked by her granddad's death. No, before that, she'd be acting weird since this morning. Was she? Is she really fastidious or something? Fast what? A clean freak. Hates anything dirty. I think I saw hints of that ever since we first met. I've accidentally stuck it on auto, I think. There we go. I didn't mean to. I'd say she's just the greatest scaredy cat here. Scaredy cat, huh? She was always really afraid of all the corruption talk. Maybe she's just scared of getting corrupted. See. Fear based on superstition, that made sense, but why'd it suddenly gotten worse? What happened last night? That's why I don't think Haru-chan could kill anyone if she was a wolf. Is that what you think? I don't know if she is one or not, but I really don't think she could if she was. How prudent, that's not like you. Well, we're not talking about me. I don't want to try and get a read on you, I just want to hear your ideas on what's going on with Haru-chan right now. I have no idea who or what you're confused about. But to me, Haru-chan is as important as Yasa, if not more. I don't really care about anyone else. So we should just find her. Okay. Good point. But no matter how hard we searched, we saw no sign of her. Have you checked inside her grandpa's place or her place? I feel like looking inside is a good idea. She could have been hiding somewhere, or maybe she'd collapsed. But I was beginning to entertain another idea. What if she ran away from Yasumizu? I asked, knowing everyone would deny the idea. That'd be hard to believe. When the mist comes, Yasumizu is connected to Yomi, Ba-chan's words. So anyone trying to escape would just end up there. And we proved that, because we did it in a different timeline. It's like that village that disappears into the mists. Scottish one. Can't think of the name or the context. I might have been the musical. I think it was also in an Osborne puzzle adventure, but Yomi being effectively the underworld. Not to mention, these mountains are dangerous, all that considered. If there was something that would drive her to escape from the village, what could it be? Everyone fell silent. They couldn't even imagine it. It was like their brains had stopped working. If she'd actually wandered out into danger, then we'd wasted too much time searching for her in the village. I had to hurry, so I didn't hesitate to use some big assumptions that bordered on chicanery. What if she could no longer trust the village or the people here? What do you mean? She might have seen something at night or early morning, or come to some sort of realization. Like, for example, what if she found out that someone she knows well is a wolf who killed people like it was no big deal? Everyone gasped. She's young, so she's still pretty unstable. And since Yasumizu is so small, it wouldn't be strange if she felt like she lost her place here if someone betrayed her. The girl seems pretty emotional, so it makes sense that she jumped straight to running away, right? I really want to strangle this character. Unfortunately, this character is me. Again, this is a pretty weird-ass situation. I think running away or hiding is completely reasonable behavior. But I don't have to like the protagonist to enjoy the story, so there we go. You make a solid argument. But then what do we do? Give up? That was the thought of someone from Yasumizu. I'll go look for her. I'm not afraid of the corruption. And that was the thought of someone from Yasumizu who had a few screws loose. Mochi. Anyway, I'm an outsider. I'm not exactly averse to leaving anyway, so I'll look for her too. I said I'd stop you, didn't I? Don't worry. I'll head back the moment it gets dangerous. She definitely won't head in Sananaga's direction, so I'll focus on the path to school. Also, adults shouldn't turn their backs on children, right? Hassan, you can't argue against that. Of course, it's possible that she's still in Yasumizu, so you two keep on searching for her here. Leave it to me. Run away if it gets dangerous. Hassan, about what you just said. What do you mean? You know, the thing about Haru-chan losing trust in everyone as a result of something she saw. What about it? That didn't actually happen, did it? Who knows? I was just raising the possibility. It's likely, though, isn't it? So what do you think she saw me or Yasan walking around with a mouthful of huge fangs? That's a possibility, too. Not sure I buy that. Is that just your intuition talking? Yep, it is. Speaking of which, I also feel like this Feast of the Yummy Purge is designed to keep the wolves from being outed easily. You can't see them at night because you can't walk outside, you can't stay gathered in one place and watch each other, you can't call the police, so there can't be any investigations. And since everything's covered in mist, things can happen without anyone realizing. And that's why you can't get that sort of solid proof. How could the players send people to be hanged without the slightest bit of material evidence? Because that is the nature of the game and is a social experiment. If you ignored the weird guardian powers, it was all quibbles, agitation, sophistry, emotional arguments, connections, popularity, basically the power of communication. I don't really get why, but yeah, I think it's designed that way on purpose. Nothing was certain. It feels like a punishment. It feels like a punishment for the ostracism type thing, which is a punishment in itself. But it's one of the things that it's really hard, especially with the numbers that we've got, for the villagers to win. Very easy for the wolves to sow distrust. And then the villagers whittle down their numbers by themselves. And the fact that the powers only work at night means that you've got to survive to be able to be any use. And once too many roles have been revealed, you know, the spider can only protect one person. They can't protect themselves. They were put into a dangerous argument with their only weapon being their eloquence. It was a feast of doubting, hurting, and eventually killing one another. If there was such malice behind this, then Mochi had a point. Are you a detective or something? No, that'd be Yasen. He might know more than he lets on. I'd have to talk to him then. I think that's the other kid, the brother of the one who died. Or who was eviscerated. We arrived at the mountain pass separating Yasumizu from the rest of the world. The large stones at the side were like torii without top. They might have had religious significance. There's no rule against stepping beyond here, right? Nope, only that you can't run away from the feast. We were going out to find Haru-chan, so we were good. Ignoring the fact that Haru-chan was breaking that law, we passed between the stones. I feel like it's a kind of a gateway, but we soon had to stop. The path was blocked by a landslide. According to Mochi, despite being pretty rocky, the ground in this area was strangely fragile, so landslides weren't all that uncommon. There had been some pretty bad rain 3 nights ago, hadn't there? If that was related to the mist's appearance, it wasn't unlikely that we'd get both the mist and this landslide at the same time. Despite that, this felt just a bit too convenient. I had to consider the possibility that the people in the settlement above blocked the road to keep the Yomibito from getting through. Hassan? There was something way more important. We found footprints in the still damp mud. It was proof that she'd passed through here. They disappeared into a small cliff that only reached up to my shoulders. She had to have climbed up and disappeared into the forest. Let's hurry. Yeah. The term virgin forest was used to describe forests that were still untouched by mankind, letting nature have complete control over it. Many of the cedars here looked imported, so that term probably didn't apply to this one. However, it wasn't tended to whatsoever, so the words natural or undeveloped definitely worked. There were many fern saplings on the ground, a canopy of leaves above, and a thick mist all around. It certainly didn't feel like a place humans were welcome. For better or worse, the new fern seemed slightly trampled, indicating someone had passed through recently. Over here. Be careful, she got lost on this road after all. Hara-chan! Should you really be shouting like that? It's one of the basics of living in the mountains. The beasts run away if you scream. Oh yeah, I'd almost forgotten about the very real threat of wild animals. I realized I'd lost myself in the mood and became kind of embarrassed. Hara-chan! Say something! Shouting over and over, we kept moving forward. She tried to follow the path, but all the cliffs and boulders in the way made her stray from it. 10 minutes later, we'd lost all sense of direction. Yeah, this place really was dangerous. Could we really find her? And even if we did, wouldn't it be too late? I was reminded of Yoshi's cruel fate. Were we about to lose yet another life? Geez, I mean, not even got to the hanging part. As my thoughts turned to that very real possibility. I heard some weak weeping. Hara-chan? Gee, stay away. Are you all right? Please don't come after me. I had a bad feeling about this. Something really bad might have happened to her. Wait up! Oh, hey. Mochi went after the voice with no hesitation. His body was quickly buried under all the plants and mist. Give me a hand, Hassan. His lack of hesitation felt dangerous in some way. Was I just imagining it? I think it's more unhindered by anxiety. Anyway, I went after him and quickly caught up. It hurts, it hurts. Haru was buried under all the greenery. It's her leg. Stop! I walked up, and man, this was pretty bad. Her leg was all covered in blood. Her shoe and foot were pierced by a sapling that was broken right at the bottom. She stepped on this. We break it off? Nope, we gotta pull it out. Oh, I'm feeling this all in my actual body. Hence the curling into myself and cringing. That'll open the wound. There's some lawn marsh, pennywort, and chameleon plants here. Let's close it with them. You can do that. Masato was the family that made medicine. First I'd heard of that, but I had no choice but to believe him. I mean, sounds reasonable. Comfrey knits bones. She resisted verbally, but she was too tired and weakened to do it physically. I picked her up, doing my best to ignore her wailing because of the pain, and pulled her away from the branch. Mochi quickly took care of her wounds and used the handkerchief to stop the bleeding. Let's go back. Can you carry her? Of course. You sure you don't want to do it, though? Who knows? I just don't have the build for it. I thought of saying that Haru-chan would have preferred him, but she was barely conscious thanks to the pain. We didn't have time to waste on sentimentality. Lead the way. So she stepped onto a tree sapling thing that went through her. That is just kind of gross. Lead the way. One lost person is enough for the day. Going back is easy. It really does look like... Man, it really does look like getting out is impossible. Agreed. Haru-chan, I'm so glad you're all right. That's the big brother, the other schoolmate. Possibly the crush? That's why the nicknames. If he's Yasan, then yes, there's a crush thing going on. Sorry, just finishing off my soup. I realise the game is quiet, so all you can hear is my spoon. Apologies. Right. I'm done. And we'll get something else in the break. She isn't taking me Nicole Taiba. We've got a winter patch. Got it. Our return caused quite a commotion, and by the time things had begun to calm down, it was way past noon. Harry's escape attempt distracted everyone, but none of the problems were actually solved. Hanzo was killed by the wolves, while Yoshi was taken by the corruption. Well, that's interesting, because of the whole wolf thing. The fur. Yoshi's death was especially problematic. Each meaningless death was yet another obstacle against resolving the feast. Even if they picked and hung someone during the day, it wouldn't guarantee that there'd be one less wolf. It's way more likely that they'd get rid of an innocent. Even worse, the wolves in the group would most likely try to leverage the hangings in their favour. They'd claim to be innocent while casting doubt and blame on the other survivors. To win, the humans needed to do their best to see through trickery and identify the wolves, possibly even making them confess. That was how I saw it anyway, and I was the one with the least info here. With that in mind, all humans who died by breaking the rules were actually doing the wolves a favour. If she'd actually disappeared, I'd have said the same about Haru, assuming she was human anyway. Perhaps someone encouraged them to break the rules. If that was the case, the wolves were ruthless, knew the rules well, and were steadily advancing towards a complete victory while all humans lay dead. There'd be someone influential or a player who's invaluable to the humans. That'd be Kanjo, or Yasuko. And just as we'd feared yesterday, the wolves had silenced one of the most important people in the feast. It was hard to believe they'd chosen him just because they were scum, or because they didn't like him. The situation was really bad. Another thing to note was that Yoshi's death greatly affected Kaori-san, who was responsible for everyone's meals. That was a major problem. Good work, everyone. Here's some... When she tried to give us tea once we returned from the search, her face was pale and she was shaking like she was having a seizure. Despite her attempt to carry on as normal, her composure was in pieces. It was so painful I could barely watch. Takumi-san should have been supporting her, but he was just gloomily hanging his head. In the end, Chimi had to lead Kaori-san back to her room and stay at her side. I could only hope that was enough to calm her down. However, it was nearly time to do the inevitable. I recall you saying that we should start today's feast. Now is as good a time as any, don't you think? Kiyonotsukishi addressed the downhearted people gathered in the dining room. Does it look to you like anybody's up for it? The day will end at this rate. The wolves are clearly intent on killing us all. And we rarely waste time waiting in a situation like this. It'd work in their favour. We have to pick someone to hang no matter what. Don't you agree, Mura? All right. Yasunoga, try talking to everyone upstairs. That was where Tai-san looked after Haru-chan and Chimi looked after Kaori-san. Oh, I'll go. You don't have to, Mochi. And just let me. Mochi winked at me for some reason. It might take a while. Yeah, take your time. Everyone has to be there after all. I will go prepare. Please do. Oh, wait. Now is my chance. Yes, Tsunaga-kun, can we talk? Huh? About what? Sorry about your brother. Thank you. That makes it a bit better for him and I. That's a very mature way to talk about it. Maybe I should have sounded more my age then. This boy was already pretty mature. You didn't get along with him? That's not it. We didn't always see eye to eye, especially recently, but he was a really good guy. I think so too. It seemed like deep down the tough guy routine was really just an act. Did he get along with your mother? He did. Despite all he said, he really loved her, and she probably loved him more than me. Oh, that's not what I was asking, sorry. Human relations were complicated. Prying too deeply wasn't a good idea. Yeah, so at the moment we're going with unreliable narrator. Because there's something weird going on. We don't know what he's a student. We don't know what he studies. He seems to know something about crime scenes. It would be weird if he were a wolf when he's not really part of the village, but yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry, what did you want to know? A few things, mostly about the legend. Tai-san is the best person for that. I need the opinion of someone more rational. First question, why do you think the wolves kill the humans? Because they're angry at humans for tricking and killing them? Let me rephrase that. Why do the people given the role of the wolves suddenly become able to kill their friends and family with no remorse? Huh? Are you suspicious of Hara-chan and I? Oh no, sorry, that's not it. I want you to look at this from a general perspective. Say you've been told that you're a wolf. Could you just accept it and start killing people? No way. Exactly, no way you could. Of course, there are those who could, but most couldn't, either out of fear or guilt. Mochi is a good example. The people here are afraid of certain things, but they do have lines drawn in the sand. If the lives of those they care about are on the line, they won't hesitate to face the corruption and the wolves. Only because Mochi is special. He's a genius. Sorry. Genius? Yes, he can easily make predictions and decisions normal people can't, and he'd readily throw away anyone or anything he doesn't care about. Everyone else thinks he's just weird, but I think he's a genius. I see. I think I agree with you there. But anyway, what I'm saying is that you people aren't the types to magically become murderers just because of some corruption. Of course, there'd be people who do it because the corruption would come for them if they didn't, but even they wouldn't do it without hesitation. But the wolves we're dealing with aren't hesitating at all. I don't know where you're going with this, but I think it depends on the personality of whoever the wolf is. It'd be easy for people who never had any aversion to killing. But there are two wolves, right? Yeah, seems that way. I see. Let me ask you this then. Does Yazumizu have more than one person that's capable of murder? One psycho in a group of people I could see, but two seems pretty unlikely. I think a better assumption is that there's some way to turn even an ordinary person into a ruthless killer. If that isn't true, the lack of infighting doesn't make sense under the current circumstances. When you put it like that, this is just something I heard from a teacher at school, but you could do it by giving them something to fight for, couldn't you? Basically, you need to make them think that they're doing the right thing. That the wolves are doing the right thing? I see, that's an interesting way to look at it. It's how countries convince their people to go to war. I was just thinking that. Yeah, that's what the lesson was about, but I think that your perspective is a bit flawed. What do you mean? For example, most of the girls in this settlement are timid and prefer to leave the big decisions to the men. Even Haru-chan is like that. So if the wolves are a man and a woman, it's entirely possible that the man's taking the lead and doing the killing while the woman is just following along. Also, for all we know, the wolves could be arguing all the time, and they just didn't happen to hesitate in killing this one time. Yeah, good point, but I do think that there's some secret as to why this feast lasted so long. Traditions like this usually die out. It makes me think there must be a way to ensure the killings continue. Your idea is certainly interesting. I don't think you should call it interesting, not in a situation like this. Oh, sorry about that. That was insincere of me. Let me ask you one more thing, then. Go ahead. I was working under the assumption that nothing particularly strange is happening here, but what about you? Do you think there's something mysterious going on? I don't want to believe it, but I think there is. Why's that? Did you see a god or monsters or something? No, it's hard to put into words, but the fact that the mist appeared when we had a whole fort outsiders here made it feel like there was a higher power at work. No matter how I looked at it, I don't think mist like this could have been produced by human hands. Not to mention that it's strange how the wolves can enter sheltered houses and kill the people there. There's also the fact that if one of us killed someone, you'd see a change in their behaviour or some evidence would be left behind. We can't explain those things, so yes, I do think there's something mysterious going on. Hey, Dan and Milo. Oh, I see. Alright, sorry for asking such a weird question. By the way, who do you think are the wolves? Haruaki... Me. You! Me! Haruaki... Fusashi-san. He cut me off with a stern voice. Sorry, but that is something we talk about in the feast. You don't have the right to ask that. Oh, my bad. Listen, we'll have to hold the feast to decide which one of us we should sacrifice today. It's important to propose who we think is suspicious, but it's also very dangerous. Something we said outside of the feast could be used against us and become a fatal mistake. The fact that you asked me that makes me feel like someone's maliciously using you against me. Please stop. Good point. I'm sorry, really. Oh, but Now I won't blindly believe that you're an Eliman, but I won't stop suspecting that you're involved somehow. If I ever find out you had something to do with Yoshi's death, You'll what? He glared at me. I'll have to avenge my little brother. I see, of course you would. I'll just head to the cage and do my best to be as unsuspicious as possible. No, you shouldn't do that. Why? Hang on. Shouldn't do what? Head to the cage. Why? Today's feast might drag on until evening. It might be too late by then. You should go to your room in the dorm and ask someone outside to block the door handle with a stick. I see. Good idea. This boy was really smart. Okay. If Takumi Moroshi was the site foreman type, he was the manager type. I could see a talent for using people. Can I ask something too? Of course. Do you like Chini? Whoa. From a political standpoint, I should say no, but yeah, she's likable. I see. Well, she seems pretty available, so she'd probably date me if I or anyone else asked. Oh, are you being considerate of me? I had a feeling that Mochi told you something weird. It's not like that. What I felt for her is a thing of the past. She was the only older girl around these parts, so I was attracted to her, that's all. This place was gloomy and serious, and she was the only free-spirited person here. She's as amazing as Mochi. You're saying she was a rascal? Yeah, so much that she almost killed someone. Hold on. Well, it was an accident, though it's strange you think she's available. Jeannie's actually pretty shy. Is she now? Or maybe she just changed a lot during her 3 years of college. So yeah, I've already gotten over her. Now I feel like you're the one being weirdly considerate. That's not healthy, you know. It's all good if you like her. This is hardly the time or the place for that. Good point. That was it, huh? Eventually everyone gathered and went to the hall. Okay, so I'm going to drop a save. At some point, we'll get into a new chapter. Right, I'm just going to take a short break now. Pre-roll is off again. We're just going to take a short break now, so I can stick the dishwasher on and replenish my drink. So, you know, take chance to grab a snack, grab a drink, etc., whatever you need to do. And I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, I'm back. I have some snacks. Dishwasher's on, so I'll have some clean dishes. And yeah, I'm going to treat myself to take out after this is done. And it's been a hard week. Anyway, we're going to the hall. Just as I was told, I asked for them to lock me in my room. After getting everyone, including Takumi-san and Tai-san, to understand, Kazunaga, Kimi, and I went to the dorm. Kimi, Chini. You think you can jump from the window to the branches? No way. Even if you made it down, he couldn't get back. But you verified how secure a place this was to lock me up in. If they were the wolves, it'd be impossible to outwit them. Humans stood no chance. Anyway, we're locking you in. We'll come open it up if we have the time, but you may end up staying like this until morning. Alright, fine by me. It's going to be hard, but I hope you do well. Thanks. Sorry you're caught up in the problems of such a crappy village. I just hope that we don't lose her, or that she's a wolf. At the moment, I'm thinking that her and the older brother are the monkeys. That's just a feeling I have. But I don't really have any other suspicions. I'm more worried about you. Wow, isn't that nice? I'll do my best. All done. We're locking you in them. Yeah, you be careful too. You're now your mother's only child. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, boy. Also, hey, Alkash. Oh. Yeah, at some point I need to tally up tokens, because a lot of people have many, many tokens to spend. It's not Saturday, it's Friday. I really enjoyed this game as we played it for 5.5 hours yesterday. So I was like, I'm streaming some more today. I had nothing else to do, and it made me feel good. Well, I'm really enjoying it, so I was like, I'm gonna do an extra bonus stream. We're getting lots of them this week. We'll have streamed, if we stream Saturday and Sunday, we'll have streamed every day but Monday. And I'm enjoying it. And so the door was closed. I could hear them set up the stick. So far, the only ones I talked to face to face were Jimi, Takumi-san, Mochi, and Yasunaga, just 4. The ones I hadn't talked to were Tai, Rikako, Maikyo, Kaori, Haru, Kianosuke, the old wolf guy, a whole 7. I had no idea if there was significance in that, but I wanted to know what kind of people they all were. 4 people had already died, and if you ignored me, there were 11 left. Once the snake revealed what Kianosuke she was in the snake, Takumi-san would be the only ones with confirmed roles. The other 9 would be suspects. When one was hanged, there'd be 8, and when one died in the night, there'd be 7, which was still quite a lot. They had to hurry before it was too late. The humans had to act now. But it is very unlikely they get a wolf on the first go. What? The supposedly fixed door slightly opened up. It was Jimi. I forgot, but I might not get to give you your dinner, so have this at least. She threw me a yellow food box, the kind you could find in any convenience store. Thanks, seriously. Don't mind it. Oh yeah, we're not eating like the village food because there may be something in that and it might make us safe. Even though we did die the first night. The first time. And we are technically drinking the village water. But, I don't know. It's a whole thing. Don't mind it. Oh, by the way. What? Tell the monkeys to reveal themselves. Really? That makes them targets for the wolf. Why? Think about it. You'll understand, and you know you have to do something before it's too late. Genie, what are you doing? There's no time. Go. Yeah, okay. You see, this is what happens in Gnosia. When people don't know the roles, the rolled people are safe. When they reveal their roles, they become, vulnerable. Guard duty is basically the same as the monkeys. It's 2 people that know each other as the monkey, so therefore they are human. But it gives the wolves 2 more people to kill that are guaranteed. Well, so they're a special role that they aren't a special role, but it also means, I suppose, that the snake, the guy the snake checked, who's hopefully not a wolf, if he turns out to be a wolf, or the snake guy says he's a wolf, then that's a whole other kettle of fish. But that means there's 4 confirmed humans out of 11, which means then there's 7 suspects, one of which is the spider, which they really can't afford to kill, and the crow. Then there are 5. But there is always the possibility that 2 of the people that died had special roles. But probably not. Would the kid have endangered himself if he had a special role? Still a case the old man could have. But it reduces the suspect pool down to like 5, which are better odds to find 2. She closed the door and put the stick back. All right, what next? Next, we switch viewpoints. Haru-chan, is your wound all right? It's fine. I know it's not a good time to ask, but what happened? It was pretty bad, I'll tell you that much. Whatever, let's just start. Yeah, there's something really weird going on with her. Oh, look, there's people missing. This is sad. So, from this side, the little girl is also an outsider. She was found wandering the river, doesn't know who she is. The one above her is the priestess. She is not an outcast, but she is from one of the founding families. Then you've got Haru, to the little girl's left. She's the one that ran away. Her grandpa is the one that got his head smushed in. She's been acting weird. The one above it is Jimmy, our friend. Then you've got Mochi in the dress. Yasan is the elder brother of the one that died. The one that died. He sat between those two. The guy behind him in the waistcoat is another founding family person. Hi, Jesse. He's the one that the snake, who's the guy in the orange shirt, the seer, is asked about his role. The very sad looking lady is the mum of the guy in the black school uniform and the kid that died. The elderly woman next to her, Tai, is the one that's speaking now. She was the other village elder, along with the guy that died. And then you've got this weird old man, the man that cried wolf, who's sitting sort of slightly behind. You can't really see him over there. And then you've got us, the outsider, who's not part of this. So, there are 4 special roles, which mean 5 people are confirmed human. The snake, which is the guy in orange, with the orange shirts, the big guy, is the seer. They can determine a role of someone, whether they're human or wolf. You've got the spider, the guardian angel, who can protect someone, and hopefully was protecting the snake because it's kind of an important role. You have the crow that can determine if the person that was lynched was a human or a wolf. Kind of like the doctor role in Gnosia, engineer being seer, snake. Then you've got the monkeys. There are 2 of them, and they know each other, and we know they're human because they can confirm each other. If, however, the 2 people that died with the monkeys, the wolves could claim that role. I don't know if the wolves are allowed to lie about their roles, because that is a thing for Gnosia. So, yeah. Anyway, everyone had a drink. Let's begin the Feast of the Yomi Purge. Let's get to it. Takumini, did the snake's power work last night? Yeah, it did. Well, tell us! Kyo is a human. Of course, I'm no wolf. That means Muro and I are no longer suspects, right? It does. Okay, so Yasan, the kid in the black uniform, I think is the one that suggested making it public last night. So I was a bit suspicious of him, and if the guy in the waistcoat had died, which would have nullified the snake's power, I would have been really suspicious of him. But as he didn't, I'm less suspicious of him. So we still have we still have 4 people whose roles have not been yet confirmed. 2 people who are confirmed human. So, yeah. 2 humans, 4 unconfirmed. That leaves 5. 5 of which 2 are wolves. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. Let's see what we have to decide today. If we continue based on the late Kanzo Makishimashi's decisions... Hold on, why are you taking the lead? I don't mind if the eldest Yamawaki-san wants to take over. I'm no good at that. In that case, it's only natural that myself and Muro, adults confirmed to be human, should be the ones to lead. So Kumini, he's annoying. You lead. No, Kyo, keep going. He's still shocked from the elder's death. No need to force him. But I will do everything I can in his place. Muro, you console Madame Oribe. My boy. Kiyori-san, here's my proposal. Let's do whatever we can to choose and hang someone today. Hold on, that's too reckless. But you didn't hang someone yesterday. People died. But there was no evidence yesterday. Whatsoever. But it's necessary. If we don't, the wolves will eventually kill the last human. Exactly. We'll have to harden our hearts if we want to survive the feast. Am I wrong, Yamawaki-san? I mean, are you really going to kill a 5-year-old kid even if they're an outsider? You know, would the mum vote to kill her son, to hang her son? Would the son vote to hang his mum? Would they vote to hang the other village elder? At this point, the annoying guy that's been confirmed as human is the only one everyone really hates. Possibly the priestess, and maybe they just sacrificed this old guy just because, you know, he's weird. Even though he warned them the wolves were coming. You're right. The Yomin Bito must be hung. 1 soul per day now to mind. What if we make a mistake? Even if we kept it secret, we'd have to live with the guilt of having killed someone. It's true that it would be unpleasant, but such deaths wouldn't be in vain. The hell, if we killed the wrong person, their death would be pointless. That's obvious. Watch your words when talking to your superiors. I really hate him. Listen, for now, we only have 2 surefire ways to get rid of suspects. Surely you understand, Yasunuga-kan. Yes, the snake's power. Or killing someone and lowering the total number, I know that, but do you really think we can all agree on someone? We can't do that. Do you think the one who gets killed cares which side wins? That's why we need to reach a consensus here. We need to agree that if the others survive, I don't mind dying. Huh? Is that seriously all we have? Yes, that's all we have. The laws of the mountain remain merciless. Merciless. The hell? I'm just getting hanged for someone else's sake? Oh, that would make you a wolf, wouldn't it? What? Why? You have no intention to put your life on the line for Yasumizu, and that makes you Yasumizu's enemy. Is that what you're saying? Am I wrong, people of Yasumizu? This is a test of your unity. Dude, you are only saying this because dude has confirmed you're human. If you both are wolves and are playing, this is a long con and I'm pissed. But also, you asked to be checked so that you could basically say, well, you know, if you don't volunteer to die, then you're clearly a wolf. Because there's no way he's going to get volunteered because he's been confirmed as a human. And that's horrible. I dislike him intently. That's like, oh, you shouldn't be afraid of, you know, police stop and searches if you're not hiding anything. Though I suppose that's a whole kettle of fish that I don't want to get into today, but, you know. Yeah, it's like if you're not doing anything wrong, you shouldn't be afraid of it, but that's just not how the world works. Anyway. You sure seem to be enjoying yourself. I'm only giving advice as someone from Kami Fujiyoshi and one whose suspicions were lifted. Be silent. Kyonosuke no Sato-san, you were quiet about this until the snake looked into you, right? What are you getting at? You already knew we had to be unified and accept death if it was necessary, didn't you? But you also knew that saying that would have made the snake's power way more popular, so you stayed quiet. That's just an assumption. Yeah, exactly, Dan. Exactly. She's right, though. Kami Fujiyoshi guy who's no longer a suspect is telling us to die and be okay with it, as if we can just accept that. Takumini, you say something too. But he's right. Takumini! I agree with him as well. Suspect me, hang me, whatever your decision, I will accept it. Rika-san. Rikaku-san. As I said before, in this situation, Kami Fujiyoshi and Yasumizu are irrelevant. Not to mention, I know it would be impudent of me, but I believe myself to be part of Yasumizu. Ooh, look at that, a respectable attitude, something a certain someone here doesn't have. You want me to stream Fortnite and Call of Duty, and that would get you talking in streams? Or are you doing your thing where you're doing the jokey thing? Because my brain is really not up to that today. Hey, Subterfuge! However, I do think that expecting this of that girl would be a bit much. Or scary. But we have no choice. There can be no exceptions. Then if you decide to hang her, I shall go with her. What? You mustn't. We only need the blood of one per day. I just have to die of my own volition. The corruption comes only for the sinner. If I'm already dead, then it no longer matters. But you're being a pain, Kyo. If you're gonna lead, do it right. And Umatsu... Yes? Think about what you're saying. Sorry, but you're ahead of Kami Fujiyoshi, one of our oppressors. Takumi, don't be rude to Umatsu-sama. See? You people are the reason why Bachan got so scared. Don't act like you're one of us. My sincerest apologies. And why are you in Yasumuzu anyway? Honestly, I'm inclined to just start leveling accusations at this point. Takumi knew you saying all of this is Kami Fujiyoshi's doing? Who knows, maybe not all of it. But their efforts to keep us here show that they know something of that, don't they? At the very least, I really can't believe some guys who think the feast is an old wives' tale and that the wolves are really on the human side. They knew that the people of Yasumuzu would die if the mist came. They deprive us of not only our prosperity, but even our lives. Slander! I won't say that Kami Fujiyoshi is a group of saints, but they're resourceful and dignified people. Not to mention sensible. It's the age where science reigns supreme. Of course they don't believe in some old superstition. I mean, it's not the sort of game that I would enjoy or be good at. But I will certainly consider it. Isn't that the reason why? What do you mean? They didn't tell you all the secrets Fujiyoshi had to offer. That's because your only value to your family is your belief that the family heads are upstanding people and that you don't shut up about it. Well, I stream longer when I'm having fun. Huh? Isn't that why they forced you to stay in the Nosato mansion when you return, despite all the dangers here in Yasumuzu? Now you're crossing the line. Are you saying my family abandoned me? Mass Effect, what, my Insanity run? Or potentially like the Collector's Edition, Ultimate Edition, whatever it was. And Plague Tale, certainly, I could look into. You still got a I would like to see more as a redeem, which you never specified, so, you know. If that means going back to Mass Effect or Plague Tale, then we can certainly consider that. I mean, the Insanity run for 1 was easy. For 2, I still haven't completed it, and I didn't attempt it for 3 as yet. We could certainly see. I do have a ridiculous backlog of indie games still, though. Now you're crossing the line. Are you saying my family abandoned me? Hey, that seems plausible. You're just like Yasun and I. And the heads are cruel. Those who lose the struggle for power, those deemed incapable, or simply those who dislike the ones in charge can simply be sent here. You're doing well for carrots this year so far. Me too. About 70%, I think, on average. Seems reasonable. I wish it was easier to track on site, though. But yeah, once I've got this sort of Shadow Fortnite out of the way, we can certainly think about Mass Effect. You are above 100% carrots. How can you be above 100%? Isn't that impossible? I can never get 100% because I have some games on my tag that are now incompletable. Oh, for the year! Oh, Well, look what my year is. How do you work out the year then? I've got 43 games started and 42 completed. So what's that? 95? And if I complete this, that will make it 100. 98. Okay. And I think I average about 70, you know, generally. But anyway, let's say we go with this vote. 18 starts, 23 complete. Nice. I mean, I play a lot more games. Our situation is one thing, but Mum, she came here all the way from Tohoku and married into the Higuchi family, but got thrown out the moment Dad died. I didn't care about that. Mum, sorry, I didn't mean to. I was fine as long as I had Yoshi and you, Yasunaga. Anyway, there's no doubt that they twisted our fates. I agree with Takumini on that. Too bad you're stuck here too, huh? I'm not blaming Yasumizu's people. What has got it into you? We're all gonna die anyway. Oji-chan was acting all tough, but even he died so easily. I can't take this. Why didn't you just leave me there? You weren't like this back then. What's wrong? I've just had enough. How sad. What's wrong? When wolves come, everyone becomes demons. Exactly. That they do. That's why we need to hang the Yombi-ito. Oh, what a mess. Whatever, at least we know that Kami Fujiyoshi's people won't come and save us. The road was blocked. That's one reason. Anyway, I do think we should trust Kiyo now. My reason's the same as Chimi's. Oh dear, how sad. Think what you want. Anyway, when we have to hang someone, Uematsu is the easiest target. Keep acting like that and you'll be dead in no time. Then what should I... Just be honest and tell us what you know. Keeping quiet is the worst and letting others take care of it won't do either, right, Kyo? Why not just take control of the feast, Miro? I just tried acting like the old man. That ain't me. I'll leave the rest up to you. I don't have much left to say. Let's just hold a vote and hang whoever ends up being picked. I'm telling you, that's too reckless. Of course, you are free to argue your case, especially if you can prove you're more valuable alive. However, I don't want to hear any I'm human or I don't want to die non-arguments. Everyone would say that. The chosen one gives up and gives his life. Okay. His. Alright. So we're already thinking about killing a man. Or someone that's very bad at pronouns. Leaving the fate of Yasumizu to the rest of us. We'll hang at the hanging pine. That should do the job. How do we vote? We'll start with the elders. You can have brief interviews too. When the voter decides, I'll record it in my notepad. Huh? It's not anonymous? No way. We'll basically be telling people to die straight to their faces. I've had enough of Serizawa's nitpicking. I'm starting. So, what's your name? That's the old guy. The old man who cried wolf. He's been old when I was still young. Do you understand what I'm saying, sir? Nah. Which one of us do you think is a wolf? Ah. Huh? Me? Why? Wolf. Scary, scary. One vote for Chimi. Hold on, are we seriously deciding who to kill like this? We have no choice. He's a participant too. We can't deny his right to vote, can we? Takumi-chan, say something! Yes, Sunaga, what do you think? I'll wait and see. Same here. Wait, are you really? So now it's me. I think I should vote for Chi-chan too. Why, Taba-chan? I'm sorry, I just don't know. But it's strange how you're so mad about everything here. If the others survived, I don't mind dying. Oh, I hear that, but I won't agree. Yasumizu's people are important to me, but so is my life. Not to mention, I know I'm not a wolf, so I'm not just gonna roll over and die. Sure, I'll follow the rules. If I keep this up, I'll just get killed, not to mention we don't have any better options. Here, Taiba-chan, I've calmed down. Can you change your vote? Should I? You know what? Fine, it was my own fault for acting weird. Are you done? Muro, it's your turn. I'm voting for Miko. Ba? Takumi Ni-chan! You... Do I even need to give a reason? I know she's a kid, but we basically know nothing about her. It's just way too weird. I don't know how true the legends are, but if something fishy comes from the Saronaga, it's only fair to think she's fishy too. Takumi, if that was how it worked, what would be the point of this bothersome feast? I don't think we should decide based on that either. Even if she didn't come from Saronaga, we still don't know who or what she is. Think about it this way. What if this little girl really was a wolf? If we all just ignored her because she's just a kid, she'd kill us all. Do you get that? I mean, it's diabolical. Looks like you're thinking too, Muro. Next, Madame Oribe. Haru? Nakishima-san. Mom! Why me? Why not? Tell me then, why did you try and run away today? You were feeling guilt over killing your grandfather and Yushi, weren't you? No, that's not it. Then why? Because I was scared. I didn't want to stay here. Lies. Kaori-san, stop. His death hurt all of us, even me and Haru. All of us hurt. Oribe-san, what will you do with your vote? Haru. Nakishima it is. I'm next, and I'm voting for the nameless old man. Huh? Huh? But why? That last exchange made me realize that he's not rational. We don't need someone like that around. That's so unfair. I mean, to be fair, it feels like that is the... You know, he's so old that the old lady... He was old when the old lady was young. I feel like if we're going, oh, well, you know, let's sacrifice people just because we have to. The dude that's lived a lifetime over, but also that's kind of mean. That's so unfair. He regularly said that the wolves were coming even before all this happened. That's more than enough to find him suspicious. Still unfair? I think he's either completely insane or secretly knows something. Have you ever considered that there were feasts before this one? He should have been around for at least one. But I haven't, and I'm over 70. But he could have, no? He's older than you, after all. He could know something but might be unable to say it because of senility, or might be hiding it out of malice. With this vote, I might be able to get info out of him, and if he's not, he's worthless. Worthless? Is it truly right to hang people based on whether they have worth? At that particular moment? It's like getting into eugenic type territory. It's a moral argument. You say that, but if we continue, we'll make more progress tomorrow. What do you mean? Today, Muro will use his power to investigate someone who will know the truth about another person. The spider will once again protect Muro. Unless you... A spider's already dead, or you lynch the spider. You know, the spider is only useful if they are alive. By repeating this, it'll only take 3 times to know who's a wolf and who's not, even if we guessed wrong. Really? And one day we'll hang someone will get killed by the wolves, and the snake will reveal another person. We'll find out about 3 people in one day, and since all the 11 beside Takumi, Ni-chan and Nosatu are unknown, it'll take 3 or 4 times. Exactly. We'll only have to hang 3 people at most. With that in mind, if you don't want to hang those close to you, you should start with those who aren't. It's for the good of Yasumizu. Oh my god. But also, 3 people will be slaughtered. And it makes sense for the wolves to start killing the known humans, because then it leaves more uncertainty. So actually, he's all saying this and saying, oh yeah, the spider should protect the snake. If he's the next one to die, I am sorry, but I will not be sad. I will be amused. And also it becomes a popularity contest. Now listen here. I'm arguing to maximize the happiness of the majority, Miro. Nosatu-san, are you serious? What? Shini's math only works out if the wolves only kill people the snake hasn't checked. What if they only went after those whose identities were already confirmed? For example, what if they went for you tonight? That's what I just said. I love this guy. He's like, same wavelength there. I don't think I can agree with voting based on such a flawed conclusion. Also, if anyone else gets killed by the corruption, I really don't know why Yoshi was out there and why the two deaths are so starkly different. Don't you think it'll be too easy on the idea of killing your own? I haven't said anything about killing my own. I'd never say that. Oh man. Well, there were some mistakes there, but we're already voting. I'm leaving your decisions to you. Next up is Rikako Umatsu-san, right? Going by seating order, I'm next. How troubling I don't have enough info to go on. Why are you so calm? I'll make a mistake otherwise. That's why you and Mum should calm down, please. Hold on, Yasuken. Sorry to cut you off, but I just had an idea. What? Can the monkeys reveal themselves? See, that was my idea. But also, doesn't that put more people in danger? Why would they? Yasunaga-kan and Sir Makishima said it'd be best if they don't present themselves. Well, I was thinking the same thing at first, but what's the point of the monkeys then? They just know who the other monkey is, right? It's not like they get any new info later. That's true. The only use I can think of them is for catching fake snakes. But they can confirm who the other monkey is. So they can be confirmed as non-wolves just as easily as those investigated by the snake, right? What if they lie? Lying would be too risky. For example, I'm not a monkey, but if I went, hello, I'm a monkey, what would you do? I'd say, tell me who the other one is. Exactly, but I couldn't say it because I'd be lying. Now, for example, if I said, all right, it's Mochi, then... How did you know? Don't joke around. Well, I can't prove it, can I? See, but what if he played along because he thought being a monkey would make him safe? The real monkeys would call him out, and then we'd hang all four, one after the other, just to be sure. That's... The rule of thumb is that only wolves would try to lie to survive, so that's the right thing to do, isn't it? Sato-san. That's true. Once you clarify that's what would happen, you shouldn't get anyone pretending to be a monkey. I see, it's too dangerous for both humans and wolves. It's just not worth it. Does everyone understand? The only way this doesn't work is if the two dead people were the monkeys. Or if one of the two dead people were monkeys. Because they can't be confirmed, and the wolves could still use it if no one spoke up. Looks like it. Then please name yourself. We'll lose 2 suspects. Right here! I thought Mochi was. Well, actually, no. I thought it was Chimi and Yama. But no. Mochi. I'm saying that I'm a monkey. You're not just dragging out the joke? Yep, I'm a monkey. So, like we agreed, who's the other monkey? Maika-chan! Huh? Maika-chan, is that true? What? When you woke up, was there something on your stomach? There was, a monkey! She knows the symbols? Yes, I taught them to her alongside prayer to Shanae. We have any other monkeys? Doesn't look like it. That confirms it. Okay, cool. So the little kid is not suspicious. So whoever voted for the little kid really needs to change their vote. Also, I'm kind of glad Mochi is confirmed because that would just be too creepy. Of course, it does put those two in danger and annoying Nosatu. But now there's 4 people. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 unconfirmed, of which 2 are wolves. Those are better odds. I see, so they really are monkeys. Crap, so I wasted my vote. I think he should be given a do-over. You want to bend the rules? It's best to make it impossible to retract votes. We'd have too many people trying to change their vote at the last minute. Good point, fine. Sorry about interrupting. Back to Yasuken. I'll vote for the old wolfman. My reason is that I think staying silent and doing nothing indirectly helps the wolves. Yes. That's kind of like being a bad faithful in the traitors. I'm next. 1,000,000 votes on Taiba. What? 1 vote each. Then one vote for Taiba. I found it weird how she just voted for Chini out of nowhere. What are you saying, boy? That's why you young'uns are such good-for-nothings. I'm next. Alright. One vote for the old guy. Poor old guy. So even you went for him. Shut up. My reason is that I don't have any better ideas right now. That's it. Haru-chan's turn. I'll vote for Umatsu-san. You had to have been the one who brought the corruption. No, I am only here to fulfill my role. Then just do that and take in the corruption. You're not doing that because you're... I've got the hiccups now. Because you're a wolf, aren't you? Watch your tongue. I cannot disagree. I'm powerless. You don't have to humble yourself before these people. It's your turn. The person who voted for you must be suspicious. Listen to this guy. I will vote for... Yasunuga Oribe-san. You... I do not find him suspicious, but I just had a thought. There would be no worse possible occurrence than were he to be a wolf. I did say a lot. I can't blame you for thinking I'm just tricking people. But I don't think I said anything wrong. At least I didn't intend to. I don't mind if you vote for me. I believe that votes to express your outlook are important as well. The old wolfman is at the top with 3 votes. You there, child. You're the last one. Mika, do you understand? I need to choose the wolf. Yes. Her. Me? Wait, seriously? You're scary. I'm scared of you too. We need a final vote. The 9 people besides Chimi and the old wolfman will vote for one of these 2. The wolf is coming. The results are in. Old wolfman 7 votes, Chimi 2 votes. Everyone besides Taibai and Meko-chan voted for the wolf guy. Well, I mean, we know Meku is a monkey. Doesn't mean she knows who the wolves are. Why is Taiba so convinced that Chimi is a wolf? It's wolf behavior to me. Shut up. Are you ready, sir? We all decided this. Every one of us is equally guilty. Better get ready, old man. Do you understand? I need time. Huh? Need to clean up. You want to take care of your belongings? I believe we can allow that much. What if he's planning to escape? Haru-chan. Then I'll keep an eye on him. You do that. As soon as he returns, we will take him to Saranaga. Rikaku-san, where is the rope? Right here. I figured, you know, Wolfman is a good target for the first. It's unfair, but a good target. It was already evening. As I whiled away the time with some fruitless contemplation, I heard noises outside that brought me back to reality. People were shouting loudly. What's wrong? I opened the window and shouted. It was facing the cliff, so I couldn't shout to the settlement directly. They probably didn't hear me since I didn't get a response. What happened? So I shouted even louder. Fusashi, stay right where the fuck you are! Huh? Was I about to get punched? What happened? I could only repeat myself. It's dangerous right now. It was? What do you mean? I didn't get a reply this time. I only heard several voices clamoring. Then I heard someone hurry up the dorm stairs. Who's there? I got no response again. What was happening here? Someone was definitely close. It just made me more tense. Oh, Haruaki-san. Wow, Chimi again. What a twist. What's that supposed to mean? Sorry, but you should stay right there now. This makes me really bad. Her voice was cut off by a scream, though it was more like intense cursing. It was Takumi-san's voice and out about it. Chimi left without saying another word. Huh? Hold on, open up! I fought the door, but it showed no signs of opening. I can help, damn it. Shit. Like hell I was going to stay out the loop any longer. Turning around, I went to the open window and decided to try jumping out. Though I was on the second floor, it wasn't too high of a drop. It'd make my legs a little numb, but so what? I jumped out without any hesitation. Donkey! I properly bent my knees so I didn't hurt myself at all. In hell! Then I ran to the settlement where I'd heard the voices from. I quickly understood the cause of Takumi-san's shouting. They were cries of despair. Oh God. The reason was somewhere downhill along the way to the graveyard. There was a small grove of low trees with a carpet of leaf mold below it. It would have been hard to see, even if there was no mist. You could hear running water nearby. I couldn't see where it came from, but it was probably an irrigation channel for the paddy fields. There was a small crowd gathered. I peeked through a space between them. There were bodies. 2 of them! One was of an old man and the other of that of a child. Though their appearances were vastly different, each was in a similar state. They lay on the ground with their hands over their stomachs, utterly still and covered in blood. These were the corpses of the old man who cried wolf. And... Gee! Ouchie! He was gonna look over. He was gonna make sure he was fine. Did the guy try to run away? What happened? Oh, but if multiple people keep dying when only one's supposed to die, it's not gonna take very many nights. Fuseshi, weren't you in the dorm? I was until now. Oh shit, you're the one who did this, aren't you? Huh? No, I'm not. I just came out of the dorm. I even talked to Chimi-chan. Yeah, it's not Haruka-san. Takumini-chan. Then who did this? Forget that. We need to treat... There's no point. Don't touch them. We might still make it. They've lost all their blood. Their stomachs are open and their guts are all over. What kind of treatment can bring them back, huh? You know one? Go on, then say it. There was nothing I could say in response. There were 5 of us on the scene. Chimi, Takumi, as well as Yasunuga, who was vomiting on a nearby bush, and Rikako, who was watching their remains from a distance. Most were proactive and I could see why they were here, but Rikako felt a bit out of place. But then I remembered that we were already pretty short-handed. What happened? Who did this, damn it? Look here. She pointed to the old guy's clothes. There were gatherings of fur all over his garment. A werewolf. If that was the culprit, then this was the work of the corruption. Was that what she was saying? No. This was completely different from how the others had died. The fur proved little. Let me see the wound. Told you not to touch it. This is completely different. Quit acting like you know shit. You never find out anything. But if we stop trying to look, we won't understand anything at all. Also, the crow can only find out if the hanged person was a wolf. If people keep just getting killed, crow's power's useless. And that's one of our monkeys dead. If the wolves are killing during the day, surely that's breaking the rules. I mean, if the old man was a wolf, someone could be, the wolves could be doing it to put people off the trail. Make them think there's more than one left. Otherwise, I don't know why. Quit the act, outsider. Takumi-chan, calm down. Shut up. Everything went to hell when he got here. If he didn't come, none of this... Felt like he was about to grab me. I could clearly see the intense emotion whirling in his eyes. Thought I could get him to trust me, but now it was back to square one. Mochi, why? Why? Mr. Nogoribe calmed down a bit and faced the remains of his dear friend. His voice was shaking. The expression on the corpse was eerily pale and emotionless. Even a look of agony was absent. He almost looked like he was smiling. Did his face muscles simply go limp? This isn't the corruption. How do you know? I'll prove it if you'll let me pass. He glared at me with intense hatred before letting me through. Look away if you can't stomach this kind of thing. What are we? I walked up to the old guy's corpse. He looked as distant as always, but the lack of blood flowing in his face simply made his appearance even more creepy. I avoided looking at it while I grabbed his back and rolled him onto it. With a wet sound, entrails spilled from the wound in his stomach. Ugh. How horrid. Don't force yourselves, people, except you, Takumi-san. Look. The stomach was clearly torn open by a blade. this isn't some supernatural punishment, it was caused by a person wielding a weapon. And since there's no weapon nearby, it means that someone intentionally removed it from the scene. So Yasumizu has someone who's both armed and capable of act like this? Please give me the details of what happened during the feast. What led to this? With several people here to tell me, I ended up with a decent grasp of how today's feast went. Kiyonosuke had suggested they choose to kill by a vote. The wolf guy and Chimi ended up with the same amount of votes, resulting in a tiebreaker vote. Most ended up voting for the wolf guy, sentencing him to death. He said he'd wanted to take care of some things, so he and Chikamochi went out while the rest stayed where they were. Were they really the only ones who left? Yeah, the feast was still going on at that point. Them leaving was an exception. You expected them to come back and resume the feast. What would you have done then? That isn't something we can tell an outsider. Alright, but anyway, they didn't come back. How long did you wait for them? No more than an hour? We started to worry and went out to search, found them in less than 10 minutes. So the culprit was one of these not present. Chimi, Takumi-san, Yasunaga-kan and Mikako. The 5 in the hall, Nosatoshi, Kayori-san, Maiko, Hora-chan and Tai-san simply couldn't be responsible. So someone killed the 2, changed into some clean clothing and came back to pretend to keep searching? It's impossible. Did you see each other while searching? No, we split up to cover more ground. Let's return to the hall. We then went to the hall. Kiyonosuke kept watch and confirmed that no one besides the victims and the search party had left the building. That limited the potential murderers to the search party and I. I asserted that I was still in the room when it all happened, and they believed me for now. Though Takumi-san continued to suspect that I used some sort of trick to escape and commit the murders. I mean, I'm going with unreliable narrator. So, potentially. We're still in 3. So we're just gonna... How are we on reroll? There's still another 9 minutes of pre-roll, but I do need the bathroom. So we're going to have a real quick break. I won't run an ad because I can't. But a real quick break while I refresh my tea and freshen up. So I'll be back in a few. I also realised it was sitting in the dark. So if anyone thought the lighting looked weird, it was because I forgot to put the other lights on. Are people enjoying this? Are people intrigued? Or am I just... basically, you know, streaming and no one's interested? Because I enjoy games like this. Some sort of trick to escape and commit the murders. Well, that was fair, considering everyone else was with them, but I knew I wasn't the culprit. You like watching me play it? Excellent, thank you, Dan. I hope Milo is enjoying it as well. Or at least, you know, looking adorable as usual. That left only one possibility. They died right after they left the hall, then someone removed the weapon. And you're still the only one that could have done it. I'm telling you, I heard him in his room. I'll say it as much as I have to. I'm innocent, and since I am, something else had to be responsible for their deaths. I see you're avoiding using the word murder. Well, there's 4 people that possibly are being deceptive. One of which we know is the snake. Why he would, unless not the snake, but then, you know, that seems odd that someone wouldn't have said something by now. So 3 people. This guy, my friend that rescued me, Chimi, and the priestess lady. Mochi was a monkey. I mean, the only other situation potentially is Old Man was a wolf, killed Mochi, killed himself, so that the hanging couldn't reveal he was a wolf. Or the crow couldn't reveal he was a wolf. Otherwise, someone is dead that is not supposed to be. Someone is not dead that is supposed to be dead. And it's a little bit like, and then there were none, Agatha Christie style. I see you're avoiding using the word murder. You noticed, as I am, this answer could be suicide, death by illness, or poison, followed by desecration of the corpses and removal of the weapon. How would doing something like that benefit us? If you ask me, things become much simpler if we just assume you and Sariwaza are partners in crime, don't you think? I don't know, but doing that wouldn't benefit me either. Really? Tell me, is there any proof you didn't know each other before this? Huh? We didn't, obviously, but what does that have to do with anything? The people here believe an eerie legend. You could have come here to take advantage of that, pretend to be monsters to murder them for your enjoyment. And what? We invented the mist? And the Guardians? And we did that to people? Please stop. There are some lines you shouldn't cross. Stop this, all of you. Tai, Yamawaki-san walked out the hall. I could see Haru, Maika, and Kayori behind her. That made a total of 10 survivors, 9 if you excluded me, who hadn't participated in the feast. Whoever killed Mochi and the Elder, they went against the laws. Shinai-sama will subject them to the corruption. She put her hands together in prayer and faced the peak of Mount Shinai at the opposite side of Saranoga. Strangely enough, that was enough for everyone to fall silent. Rikako Amatsu joined in and Maiko copied her. This was the settlement's way of solving things. They gave up on discourse and just left it all in the hands of a higher power. Ba-chan, what do we do now? One has already spilt blood for the day. The Elder has died. Let's end the feast for the day and clean up. All right. Yasunaga, help out. I can... You just sit still. The situation was only getting worse. Everyone keeps dying. This is terrible. But this is the bad timeline. You know, we get the bad endings first, then we get evidence, and we manage to prevent stuff. Though we have not had any choices yet. So, it feels like we discover things, we go back, we stop ourselves arriving at the village. We go back, we tell her about the werewolves. And then when we've got all the keys, we go back and instead of hiding in the pool house, we do something else. And that somehow stops all the murders? Not the pool house, the toilet. Soon after that, it was time to shelter, so everyone retreated to their houses. Takumi-san had entered my room and boarded my window completely shut. If you're not the culprit, something's going to happen even if you're locked in. His words were harsh, but there was a hint of composure. He might have actually believed that I wasn't the one who did it, or maybe he found peace in the idea that the mountain would punish the culprit. Or perhaps he just believed it was the work of something supernatural. Whatever the case, he was dwelling less and less on the matter. Was the wolf guy a wolf? I had no idea whether that was plausible. Assuming he wasn't, 2 of the remaining 9 were wolves. With Keona Tsukishi being a confirmed human, Takuma-san being the snake, and Maika being a monkey, there were a whole 6 suspects. Thanks to my advice, Chimi suggested the monkeys reveal themselves and they turned out to be Mochi and Maiko. Though Mochi had just died, that was a heavy blow. Him being a confirmed non-wolf was one reason, but more than that, he was one of the few people here who actually talked to me with that restraint. He was somewhat of an oddity compared to the rest of the people here, but I did find him to be a fun guy. I'd like to get back at whatever injustice had stolen his life. Clearing my head, I resumed thinking. Since she was acting suspicious today, Takumi-san would investigate Haru-chan. Tomorrow we'd have only 5 suspects. That'd give them decent chances of picking out the 5 wolves. The 5 wolves, the 2 wolves. I mean, that's what I said we'd end up with 5, but I didn't expect more people to die than should. It seemed to me like it wouldn't be that hard to find the murderers, who would surely be shaken by what they had done, and then the outed wolf, not wanting to die alone, would reveal their partner. That was the most optimistic way to look at it. Very unlikely. The wolf's not going to reveal, because the wolf being lynched may not die, I don't know. And is the corruption going to punish the person that killed Mochi? I don't care so much about the old man, I'll be honest. But Mochi, I hate they died. And Yoshi as well. Though, I feel like he... purposefully did something. I don't know what yet. From a pessimistic standpoint, though, the situation was absolutely terrible. 4 people had died today. In a normal Feast of the Yomi Purge, it had to be 1 per day, 1 per night. This was doable. If things hadn't gone so well in the forest, even Haru might have died, not to mention the dreadful state Kaori was in. I was told their relationship had gotten worse. Kaori-san was in no state to prepare food, so it was likely that no one had eaten anything today. The hunger would only worsen everyone's morale. It was best for them to prioritize getting a proper meal tomorrow. Even so, there was no guarantee we wouldn't get any more irregular deaths. For example, someone at their wits' end could attack a wolf suspect despite the threat of the corruption. If they ended up losing more humans while the number of wolves stayed the same, the humans would be done for either tomorrow or the day after. Escape. I'd been entertaining the idea ever since lunch. The path was ruined and I had to travel through an undeveloped grove, but I hadn't run into anything supernatural there when searching for Haru-chan. Maybe I could get out as long as I watched where I was going? I also had Saronaga as another option. Everyone here hated it, but that just made it less likely for me to be caught. Going down a misty rocky cliff was dangerous, but at least it was a one-way road. I just had to be careful I didn't get taken by the currents, and it was definitely better than just staying here and dying. However, perhaps even suggesting that was dangerous. According to Rikaku Uematsu, the effects of the corruption were limited to the one who broke the laws, so you could escape them by killing yourself. However, if someone said they wanted to escape the village, the punishment would likely go to both the one attempting it as well as the ones who allowed it. The escape would surely become a hell of an experience then. However, there was an optimistic view of this situation. Something was actually here. Something abnormal was here in Yasumizu, killing and menacing its people using abnormal methods. At the very least, Yoshi, who'd went to face it, suffered a horrible death. The superstitions weren't baseless, and it was best to look at the situation from that angle. My plan of escape contradicted that. But then, how could I prepare for whatever was to come? The best I could think of was trying to familiarize myself with Fujiyoshi's superstitions. Perhaps I could find some sort of weak point or hint that could lead me to their identity. 5. Prepare for the feast. When the evening mists arrive. The action rhyme they did was obviously referring to the Feast of the Yomi Purge. I couldn't remember all the lyrics, but I felt like there was quite a lot of info there. Perhaps there were more hints for the feast in Yasumizu's culture and general area. I felt I had to talk to Rikaku Uematsu. She was an adult who seemed more involved in Fujiyoshi's prayers and stuff than most. I needed to arm myself with more info by tomorrow morning. That, along with a proper progression of the feast, were my only ways to survive. But I mean, at some point we're going to have to be brought in, right? About today's feast, they must have decided to hang the wolf guy because they just didn't care about him all that much. Simple as that. Sure, it was important to get rid of the participants who weren't cooperative. However, the fact that we'd lost 6 people but they still hadn't gone beyond he or she is kind of shady was pretty bad. Yesterday they wouldn't have hung anyone for such a petty reason. Well, the problem was that they hadn't hung anyone at all so far, but then again it wouldn't be a good thing to give the impression it was okay to kill people just for seeming shady. This place was regressing back to a feudal superstitious mental state. There was something that could stop them from sinking there. It would be an outsider like me. Oh good, we've got the white saviour complex. Wonderful. Or, equivalent of in Japan. I steeled my resolve and waited for the night to pass. Good evening. Ah! I was so startled by the voice on the other side of the door that I momentarily screamed. What time was it? 7? It was too early for an attack and too late to walk around. What's wrong with you? Aren't you going to get punished if you don't sleep? I think another hour is fine. I was awake till 8 yesterday and nothing happened. I've been sleeping too much, honestly. I'm not tired, but I am really, really, really hungry. Don't you have your food stocks? With Kiori-san being, well, I decided not to touch it. Might share it with the others. We're all hungry today, so I'll just tough it out. How upstanding. You should eat, though. What? The stuff from before? Nah, I'll pass. Why are you here anyway? Can't sleep. Is that really it? Haruka-san, do you suspect me? No. Why? Because you told them about the monkeys, knowing full well what it meant. The Feast of the Yomi Purge is a well-constructed communication game. Well-constructed? I mean that there's no way to win this game beyond communication. Mochi thought the same thing. To win, both the humans and wolves need to have some tricks and individual strategies. Consider the monkeys. They seem useless at first, but you can use them to easily eliminate 2 suspects. and this is possible from day one so they can become reliable leaders, though that would be hard for Mochi and Mako. He was a free spirit and she's a child. The wolves, on the other hand, have to go on the defensive. In a situation where being suspicious is enough to get yourself hanged, it's important not to draw attention to yourself. So anyone that doesn't speak tends to get suspected. Easier said than done, though. Yeah, exactly what she's just said. Yeah, keeping your silence can be just as suspicious as being a blabbermouth. Exactly. But there are two factors that make it easy to gauge trustworthiness right from the very start. Do they have something to do with monkeys? Yeah. You have to watch out for those who give bad advice or don't provide useful suggestions. A good example of the former is Kyonosuke-san. His poor planning threw everything into disarray, and that makes him really suspicious. But he's confirmed to be human. Right, well, that's assuming Takumi-san wasn't lying about being the snake. I feel so vindicated that all my talking about, because it's a social deduction game, all my talking about things and saying stuff, they say in the game, so it's like, they considered all these things, and I'm not far off, but I am at least talking about them before they're said. You're saying he could be lying? It's not impossible. After all, anyone can say that they have a guardian. Honestly, if I were a wolf, I'd lay low until I killed a few and then claim to have a guardian to ensure my safety. I see, but Takumi-chan came right out on the first day. Yeah, it was basically suicidal, but since it allows the spider to protect him, it's like a telling blow that hurt the attacker, I think. The other option is that the old man was the snake and is not, sentient. Was not compos mentis enough to realise what was happening. Or the kid, if their kid hadn't been a monkey, because the kid didn't really know what was going on. They were like, oh, on my belly I have a monkey. But I mean, if there's literally a thing, a mark, can they not just show it and prove? Would that not, prevent the lies? Is that why their stomachs were ripped open? To destroy the guardian marks? Ooh. Anyway, all things considered, I'd say it's safe to trust Takumi-san and Kyonosuke-shi. Personally, I think you're trustworthy too, since you spoke up about the monkeys. What if I only did it because I saw your game? Oh, that'd be bad. Wait, hold on. Aren't you basically saying you suspected me until I spoke up about the monkeys? Oh, you noticed. This goddamn guy, what the hell, man? I did it because I wanted to believe you. Alright, I forgive you then. Woohoo! So, who's the most suspicious one? Haru-chan. Thought so. She's not making much sense lately, and you can explain her shift in personality by assuming it's because she killed her granddad. Or maybe because she couldn't agree with the other wolf on their decision to kill Kanzo-shi and stop trusting anyone. Oh, that'll make sense. We could make up 1,000 reasons like this, though. We couldn't go by just that. They'd say Haru hadn't gathered many votes, but they treated her like some kind of pariah, making it clear that everyone suspected her. It is weird. Her behaviour is abnormal? Her behaviour changed, and usually that's a good sign of something. She could have seen something. She could have heard something. It couldn't have been Mochi, but Yasan, the other brother, I'll be honest, is doing a lot of throwing shade around. So we'll see. Anyway, it was only natural to use the snake to check on her. Though she doesn't seem all that good at games and stuff, it probably wasn't fair to judge her purely on not making any useful contributions. In that regard, Yasukan is way more suspicious. Huh? But he did say a lot, like pointing out my math was incorrect. And he did say something about, like what you just said, not doing anything indirectly helps the wolves or something like that. Not to mention that on the first day he suggested that the spider should hide. That's true. Though most of those things were minor, he was definitely contributing to the game. Yeah, he's also the one that said that the snake should speak their target out loud, which could have caused a situation where the power was rendered null. But could also be using that as evidence why he's not. He is suspicious to me, but two of them, there's not that many left anymore. 2 of them are killers. And 2 other people have died unnecessarily. And the crow's power has been rendered completely useless, even if the crow is still alive. And I don't know if the spider is still alive. We know one of the monkeys is. I wonder if the little girl or the annoying Nosatu guy is going to die next. Or whether it'll be someone else. Because the more confirmed humans they kill, the more suspicious people there are. The more non-confirmed humans they kill, the easier it is to identify the wolves. So... And there's a very, very small chance that dude was a wolf. That old guy was a wolf. Why did he want to... The only thing is that he wanted to you know, clean up. The first day was especially important. For the wolves, it was best to create a flow where they could just stay quiet and wait for those with guardians to out themselves. What bothered me was the fact that he wasn't the one who'd brought up leader selection and the monkey thing. He was shady because he hadn't made those useful propositions. I thought he'd figured those things out for a while ago, or maybe I as an outsider just had a better grasp of the situation. I guess he's innocent then. I don't know about the rest though. I can't even imagine what Rikako, Umetsan and Taizan are thinking. I know what you mean. But if you looked at the circumstances outside the feast, Rikako Umetsan was pretty shady. It always felt like she was hinting at something. It wouldn't have surprised me if she knew more than she let on. If she was the village head, she could know things only those from Kami Fujiyoshi knew. There was more than enough reason to suspect her. Can we not ask our friend what the rhyme was that we can't remember? Because that would help. There was definitely something in there that felt like it was a clue. If only we could follow that lead and solve this whole thing, it'd make things way easier. Haruki-san, are you enjoying this? No. But you look like the type who likes mystery stories. I won't deny that, but I can't really enjoy myself when people I care about and I are in danger. And when people are dead for no reason. If I did act like some master detective, I'd just be some really useless amateur. I wouldn't accomplish anything. I'm not sure I buy that. What do you mean? Everyone else is a mess. I think most normal people would lose it in this kind of situation. I could say the same about you. I'm not exactly normal either. Oh yeah? I heard that you almost killed someone. Who told you that? That's a secret, though it didn't sound intentional. Well, how do I say it? I think it happened in middle school. I grabbed a bat and beat up some students who were bullying the Yasumizu kids. Whoa. Some of them were connected to the head families, so it became a big deal, and that's basically why the adults here are so harsh on me. I see. So you fight out of a sense of justice. So she was sent to Yasumizu for making enemies out of the village heads. I wouldn't say that. It's more like I just have a short temper and wanted to make a scene. Rebellious phase? More or less. Same as Haru-chan and Koshi. And Yoshi-kun. In a place as rural as this, it's rare for children to grow up as level-headed as Yasu-kun, don't you think? Really? I think they'd be healthier and nicer than the edgy brats from the city. Let me rephrase that. In a place as poor as this... Well, there was no doubt that Yasumizu was destitute. There were no cars, cell phones, and it didn't even feel like it had an economy. They probably lived mostly off the land, making money from whatever they could spare from their farms and hunts. Since they had no decent way to sell stuff to anyone outside, most of their businesses had to be done through Kami Fujiyoshi. It was entirely likely they were ripping them off. No way this place could be wealthy in these circumstances. I didn't believe that money could buy everything, but poverty took its toll on the people suffering it. Some could live in poverty while retaining their purity, but that was borderline saintly. It was a lifestyle too difficult for the common masses. Also, since the people of Yasumizu were ostracized from Kami Fujiyoshi, they were targets of unjust pressure from day one. I could understand why the children here struggled stray from the path. Though, when you looked at it like that, the way they strayed was so mild it was almost cute. Are you disturbed now? Not really. You're lying. You now think I'm so blunt I'd whip out a blunt object to beat you up. I'm just going to ignore that poor attempt at a pun, sorry. My ex wasn't anything different. Oh? Oh, I see. You seem confused, and I have no idea why. You weren't lying when you said you broke up with your girlfriend. You thought I was? I thought it was just some kind of pickup line. I mean, we're a couple of years older than her. We were a student. I don't know what we studied. It's possible we're a detective. We have that detective look. There could be... I'm going with... He's still an unreliable narrator. There is something else going on here. But anyway, that's just mean. Our breakup was insane. I actually felt like my life was in danger. Whoa, sorry to hear that. What about you? Huh? Your history with guys. I shared mine, so hearing yours is only fair, right? Well, how many did you go out with? 2, I guess. What happened to you being a hyper slut who's done it with 53 guys? I never said that. I did exaggerate a bit, but I did get tons of invitations. And yet you only went out with 2? Well, I didn't find many guys I got along with. What about me? Let's not go any further. If I let myself get too attached, I'll be too scared of dying. Being afraid of death is normal, though, isn't it? Not really. Why? God is way scarier than death. I feel like you have a very unusual image of God. Really? You think of it as something frightening that you might actually meet, right? Everyone has met God. Maybe they just can't see it. And God really is scary. It's just that no one knows how. Myself included. You're the only one I don't understand. That's probably why. I'm afraid of losing you. Aw, that's something you say to those you promise your eternal love to. Are you mad? A bit. I see. We've gotten this far and you're still being cagey regarding your own background. You can only take playing hard to get so far until it gets annoying. I'm just not sure what to do. This isn't easy for me either. Just tell me everything. I'm going back. Jimmy. Good night. What the hell? Why didn't she talk? Because you're being weird and rude. Did she still not trust me? Was she messing with me? Was she just kind of crazy? Or was it something else? Crap, I wanted to chase her down and get a real answer out of her, but I was locked in. This was so frustrating. Though this wasn't the time to worry about that. Who would the wolves go for tonight? The wolf guy was dead, meaning there was one less person who'd vote Chimi out tomorrow. Wasn't likely she'd get top vote. It was best to think that the wolves would go for someone who was useful to the humans and couldn't be killed with the votes. That meant that she and Yasunaga-kun were the ones at highest risk. On the other hand, their survival would make things difficult in other ways. I'd probably be forced to consider the possibility that they themselves were wolves. Could I really trust Chimi? I felt I could, but not completely. Whatever the case, a situation where the more talkative ones were seen as suspicious would make it harder for her to survive. Should I have talked to her about running away? No, that was probably pointless. I didn't know much about her whole God thing, but it was clear that escape wasn't even an option for her. Something scary that everyone had met, yet not fully perceivable? Was she speaking figuratively, or could she literally see something? Shit, I don't care. I became irritated. My hunger was starting to get to me. Figuring it was better than just wasting my mental energy, I focused on taking a bath and going to bed. You should really just eat. Starving yourself is not great. I had no idea just how naive my predictions would prove to be. Next day, 15th. We started on the 11th because I made a joke about 5/11. Still in Yomi. Still not had anything since the attempt to leave. Found the hidden hint. Ooh, there's a hidden hint. I want to find the hidden hint. Hidden hint. Can't say it. And everything else is secret. I'm assuming there's one for getting to 4 when we get to it. I woke up at 5 in the morning. The window was still boarded up, so I couldn't see anything outside. All I could do was sit around and wait. I would be anxious with the window boarded up, I have to say. Eventually I could hear the objects keeping me in get removed, and I was greeted by Yasunaga and Chimi. Those 2 actually survived. I met it with Haru too. Her face was pale and she had bags under her eyes. No one here looked healthy anymore, but she was beyond even that point. She'd gone completely meek too. The defiance from yesterday was gone and she was just letting Yasunaga guide her. She'd lost another friend after all. We arrived at the dining hall but found no one there. The door was unlocked. That was a bad sign. It was Kanzu Kishima's place all over again. Mum should be sleeping upstairs. With that knowledge, I opened the door. What if she was attacked? Even if she wasn't, considering her state yesterday, it wasn't unlikely she did something unthinkable such as suicide. However, I soon found out my worries were for nothing. Kiori-san was standing all alone in the dark dining hall wearing an apron. The fact that she wasn't doing anything but standing was just eerie. Oh my, good morning. She turned around and greeted us. Her voice was the only thing calm about her. Her eyes were bloodshot and signs of malnourishment were all across her face. Her faint, forced smile made her seem on the verge of collapse. She completely failed at acting normal. Her heart was probably still swirling with panic and sorrow as great as yesterday. Everyone here could see it. Mom, everyone's hungry. I'll make food, so you just rest. Huh? But I can do it myself. Oh, I'll help. I actually cook for myself, so I know what to do. After they volunteered to support Kaori-san, I thought about what purpose I could serve here. Let's go. And called to Haru-chan before going outside. She came with me, but wasn't saying a word. During yesterday's feast, she'd had a fight with Kaori-san. The woman had voted for Haru-chan due to the change in her attitude and failed escape attempt, and I couldn't blame her for that. Considering her personality, I imagined that the exchange had been extremely intense. That was why getting her out of the dining hall was a good move. Problem was, we didn't really have anything to talk about. This was made worse by the hostility she'd shown me until just recently. According to Mochi, that was a product of her affection towards Yasunuga-kun and all the drama surrounding him. Normally, I'd playfully give her a hard time about that kind of thing, but it'd seem in poor taste considering the situation. She was staring daggers at me. Maybe I just had to ask her. Haru? What? I'll be frank. Are you a wolf? No. She didn't hesitate at all, not like that meant anything. You don't believe me? Then Takumi ni will check. That'll show you. Are you saying that despite knowing? Huh? Knowing what? If he were alive, he'd be the one looking after Kiori-san in the dining hall? Yesterday, he went there first thing in the morning. With Kiori-san in her current state, that was all the more reason for him to be there, but now he's missing. No way, that's just... We'll go check to be sure. Lead the way. Okay. I mean, there was a chance. The spider could have been the old man? Wasn't Mochi. Could have been the leader. Could have been Yoshi. Yeah, there are 3 potential spiders dead. 3 potential crows as well, though that role seems to be a bit useless at this point. Taiba, you awake? Haru knocked on the door and tried to open it, but it was locked, meaning it wasn't touched. Tai-san came out sooner than later. She looked pretty displeased to begin with, but upon seeing me she displayed outright disgust. What are you doing here? Sorry, Kaori-san isn't well and we needed more people. Where's Takumi? We're going to check on him. I see. Her gloomy expression told me she'd realized what might have happened. She said she had to prepare, so we excused ourselves. Please ask if you need anything. Oh yes, of course. She shut the door on us. You're nice to all women, aren't you? What the hell was she saying? Being considerate of elders and women is the gentlemanly thing to do. Is that how you feel about Chini? I like her quite a lot. I mean, being kind to people in general is generally should be the default. When it stopped being the default, you know, that is when problems. I don't know. Anyway, let's see who's dead. Please don't. I'd feel so bad for Nietzsche. Nietzsche? Yes, Sunoga-kun, surely. What do you mean by that? Yoshi and Mochi are gone. Kaori-san and Chini are all he has left. Also, she's the strongest among us, and she's always protected us from the people of Kamifuji-yoshi and adults. Don't take her away from us. So that's how it was. I wasn't sure how she actually felt about Chimi, but there was definitely more trust and reliance than I'd expected. Yasunaga-kun spoke like he'd given up on Chimi, but deep down he was actually glad she'd returned. Haru-chan was aware of this, and she actually liked Chimi. That was why she'd concluded that they should be together. However, it was clear she didn't feel like giving them her blessing. I understand how you feel. The end result depended on Chimi. Since she hated Yasumizu, I felt like it wouldn't be something Haru-chan wanted. Then again, I don't really know what was going on in Jimmy's head either, and I had no idea who'd survive, so making predictions was a waste of time. For now, everyone should focus on ending the feast. I don't think I can do much, but if there's something you don't want to tell your own, I'm willing to listen. Oh, the wrong voice. Hi, Lady McGree. Yeah, kindness is important. Now let's see who's dead. Because, you really liked this game. Ah, cool. Yeah, it was out last year. It came up on my random to-do list and I read the description and went, yes, I remember really wanting to play this. It's a werewolf game with keys to unlock and you can change the story, and that always makes me happy. And we may have played like 5.5 hours last night accidentally because my clock stopped. So I'm hoping that I can get some more answers before the end of the stream, because I want to give people as much incentive to buy it if they want to find out more. But yeah. How you doing, Lady McGree? I don't think I can do much, but there's something you don't want to tell your own. I'm willing to listen. Huh? What do you mean? Nothing much. It just feels like you have a lot to worry about. And personally, I still think that escaping outside is a good idea. That's not possible. Didn't you try it yourself? But I failed, didn't I? That made me realize we can't escape. Isn't that because you just happened to hurt your foot? It didn't just happen. Do you believe in God too? What did you just say? God doesn't exist. If I ever doubted that, I just couldn't cope with anything. There was a weird aura around her for a second, but then she walked away, leaving me no choice but to follow her. Abba. We arrived at the houses. The mysterious girl was on the verge of crying. Good morning. What's wrong? Bah. Speak normally. You know how to, right? Come on, be more mature. Repeat after me. Good morning. Baba. This was hopeless. Hara-chan glared at her while I stayed patient. Where's Rikako-san? Oni-chan? Yeah, where is she? She hasn't come out. Her house is right here. It really was. I'd been here yesterday. I knocked and called out to her. There was no response. Hara-chan and I looked at each other and I tried opening the door. It was locked. Rikako-san? Still no response. I hesitantly put my ear against the door. I heard some sort of rustling sound. She's probably getting dressed. Then he really did. We don't know for sure. It could still be Kiyonosukeshi. Ah. Damn! I wanted him to die. I really hate him. He's an ass. What about me? Well, I did expect him to live. Is Rikako-san well? She's all you care about, isn't she? And yes, she does seem alright. She's not out yet, though. I wonder what's up. I had a bad feeling about something. Good to see it was nothing. Does that mean the one to die was Lady Yamawaki? Taiba was alive. What? Why was he so positive? Hara-chan, take Meiko to the dining hall. Kiyonosuke-san, help me out. Damn. So that means... So who killed... And that means they didn't get punished for killing the old man and Mochi. Right? No one was punished for that. Surely they broke the rules. Unless it was the old man and someone just hid the dagger. Hiding a dagger or a knife wouldn't break the rules. I don't know. He tried to say something but decided against it. He must have realised what had happened to the one who'd usually be giving these annoying jobs. As expected, the door to his house was unlocked. And the reek of fresh blood was so strong you could smell it outside. Oh! So the spider's dead then. Thought that was enough to help me prepare. But once I saw the source, I couldn't keep down what few contents my stomach had left. The two from the first day, Kanzu and Yoshi, they'd lost all semblance of form to the point where their corpses felt unrealistic. On the other hand, Mochi and the old wolf guy's corpses were far too clean. Their faces were still intact after all. However, Takumi Yuro-san's corpse was an even balance between ruined and intact. was spread out on the floor, surrounded by splashes and splotches of blood, as well as some bloody footprints. Scattered brain, grey matter, bone fragments, eyes. About 60% of his face was gone. This time the method was clear. There was a rifle lying right next to his corpse. The weapon was actually on the scene for once, and it was a gun. What did it mean? I wanted to think about that, but I was too shaken by the clear agony Takumi-san's death had brought him. You could see his suffering on the still present half of his face. His hands were on his head too, as if to cover his face or reach for the clearly fatal wound. He died while holding onto his shattered brain. Though fatal, the first attack hadn't killed him instantly. He could still move after it, which is a testament to his strength and willpower. His life had ended as he suffered overwhelming despair. It was written all too clearly on his death visage. Could he leave us a clue? Did he leave us a clue? My emotions bubbled, overwhelmed my thoughts, and I vomited once again. Well, at least we knew that this guy is definitely human. Because that guy was definitely the snake. None of the villagers had any cause to lie. Are you okay? Yonisukishi asked, clearly avoiding looking at it himself. Bring me someone who can use guns, please. I never expected you to come alone. Her expression was too stern and serious for me to even say that. Takumi-chan, shit. She cursed and looked at the gun. This is Kanzo Ji-chan's rifle. She grasped at Long's body and picked it up. All the 5 bullets were fired. See any empty cartridges? I'll look around. I found them real quick. They were covered in blood and flesh, but yeah, I found the metallic cylinders. 5 of them. They were 2 meters away from the corpse, very close to one another. Either the culprit fired from there or gathered them afterwards. Look at the handle. Jimmy extended the rifle to me. I did as told. Compared to the rest of the gun, which had blood on every part, the handle was clean, like it had been wiped. They removed the fingerprints. Probably. Jimmy then held it like she was about to shoot and aimed at Takumi-san's body. It was fired from here. How can you tell? The way the blood's scattered? See how it's concentrated around there? It's proof the culprit fired from a low angle. Also, normal rifles can't make such a huge mess unless they're fired from really close. But make it point blank and the stuff would get on and around the muzzle. The rifle would be even dirtier. And that was why it was natural to think it had been fired from where she was standing, near the cartridges. Can you actually aim and hit something with this? As long as you know how to aim and the target isn't moving, that's all you need. So this was done by someone who knows how to use guns. By the way, it's just a matter of looking at the beard through the sight. Guns are useful little toys that make murder so easy anyone can do it. What about loading? That doesn't seem like something a layman can do, is it? Good point, but even Taiba-chan has experience firing a gun. Finding the culprit in Yasumizu won't be easy. Why are the wolves using something heavy and a gun as murder weapons? Why are they not wolfing the victims? Are they not wolves? Is the giant wolf creature we saw the corruption punishing the people that are corrupted? Is that like a spirit thing? Is that why there's 2 distinct kinds of death? Is this just a human? I don't know. This is weird. There's a settlement where the people went hunting. Basically everyone here must have touched rifles before. All we could really assume was that Mika-chan couldn't have done this. And it's not like every bullet hit the head. One grazed the ear, one hit the chest, one hit the shoulder. And look here, a bullet hole. She pointed at a small part of the floor that was ruined. So only one hit the head. Yeah, I think that one wasn't fatal though. It was probably the one in the chest that ended it. She looked at the body's pose and made the same conclusion as me. Why do you know so much about guns anyway? I have a hunting license. I know how to use guns, traps and nets. I used to do lots of skeet shooting outside of Yasumizu. I'm pretty good with a gun. Well, damn, didn't expect that. Can understand why. Did you plan to return here and become a hunter? I just wanted to have a gun, that's it. She said that as if it was no big deal. Her tone seemed kind of dangerous. Yeah, so much that she almost killed someone. I think it happened in middle school. I grabbed a bat and beat up some students who were bullying the Yasumizu kids. It was the impression you get from a girl capable of random acts of violence. Random? Provoked? It's probably jumping to conclusions, though. Can we clean it up now? If you're fine with it, let's do it then. Did you find out anything? I'm now 100% certain that these murders were committed by people. Yes! That's what I just said. The culprit used a gun and wiped off the fingerprints, acts that demonstrated a very human level of cunning. If we were up against something supernatural, they'd just use their mysterious powers instead. If something mysterious can be explained using mundane means, then it was caused by mundane means. That was a general rule I live by, proven through knowledge and first-hand experience. Supernatural powers that required carrying out occult rituals were prime examples of things that applied to. The more detailed the preparations required, the more opportunities to notice something amiss. If the trick relied on concealing the method, it was safe to assume the method was something mundane. Even this death wasn't caused by some sort of supernatural force. It just happened unobserved. We had people who could do it and the methods that fit. That was the best way to look at it, right? Maybe you're right. You agree? I do think that it was done by people I know, by actual humans. But didn't that go against her whole God story? I wanted to ask that, but seeing her eyes made me fall silent. Her eyes were wide and cloudy. But her lips let out clear words. No one. I looked away. Probably wanted to cover my ears too. Can escape God? I found her words so irrational it began to frighten me. I asked Chimi to call Kyonosukishi to help carry the corpse, but she insisted on doing it herself. I caved and we began the unpleasant task. Following Takumi-san's example, I removed the door and placed his body on it. Chimi and I each took an end of the door and lifted it up. He was as heavy as he looked, and I wouldn't have been surprised if this was too much even for two men. However, Chimi lifted her side without letting out a single grunt of exertion. It felt like active rejection of the idea that she might need help. We slowly began walking. Kyonosukishi was outside. He was anxious about something. It didn't look like he was waiting for us, so maybe Rikaku or Umetsu hadn't come out yet. I couldn't afford to stop and chat. Relaxing my arms or lower body could lead to me dropping Takumi-san. I kept walking forwards without a single word. Sighing and stopping was our sign that one of us needed to rest. Every time one of us did it, we lowered him to the ground, rubbed our aching hands, adjusted our grips and resumed walking. As we approached the cliff, Chimi's expression grew darker. Takumi-chan was the youngest of the adults. He was like an older brother to me. I wasn't going to ask how that mattered. I didn't see a point in questioning it. I simply nodded, continuing to play the role of audience. He played with me a lot and always protected me when the other adults got mad at me. There's nothing good about this humid place, but he loved Yasumizу and the people living here. Yeah, I could tell. He was honest to a fault. Yeah. I don't want to just throw him away. Of course you don't. I don't like this either. Should we stop? The only ones who really care about this are Takumi-san himself and Tai-san, right? No, we gotta do this. Because of the corruption? Yeah. I continued asking if she was sure, but she didn't change her mind, so we ended up throwing his body into Saranaga. We walked through the graveyard, careful not to trip. We could now see the hanging pine through the mist. Our destination was near. We carefully closed it in on the cliff and pushed the door towards it. Bye, Takumi-chan. She said that right as I felt the body slide off. It was falling. I'd done this several times now, but it still made me feel empty. It would eventually hit the water, make a splash, and that'd be it. Huh? Did you hear the water? Not sure. Did we both miss it somehow? Or maybe the bottom of Saranaga opened up into a yawning chasm leading to Yomi. You've got quite the imagination. No one knows what's beyond the mists. There could be anything out there. Should I go down and take a look? You won't return. That was how she saw the world. Let's go back. There's a weird mixture of supernatural and just horrible humans in this. We returned to do another investigation of Takumi-san's house, but something strange had happened while we were gone. Kyonosugishi was still waiting in the same spot in front of Rikako's Umetsu's house, waiting for her without even trying to hide his frustration. She still hasn't come out? No, you're the one who said she seemed alright. What made you think that? I heard sounds. Why didn't you call out to her yourself instead of just waiting? As if I could do something so rude. Why is she the only one you're nice to? Nosato is above Umetsu, isn't it? was an interesting bit of info. I hadn't realised that the head families had a hierarchy. It's only natural to be considerate of women. I'm a woman too, though. I don't see a reason to be considerate of someone so hostile towards me, do you? Please stop. We just finished putting a body to rest. That was probably one of the reasons why they were so agitated, but my comment was enough to shut them up. Though, yes, I'm worried too. She might need help if she's sick or injured. We may have no choice but to barge in. How improper. Was he the type of guy to report someone who undressed a girl to give her the proper first aid? What was up with this guy's priorities? Umetsu-san! Rikaku Umetsu-san! I bashed the door almost violently. I heard the sound of rustling clothes. Had she collapsed or something? Umetsu-san, I'm opening the door. No answer again, only sounds. Was it really Rikaku Umetsu in there? Let's break it down. Chimi nodded while Kyonosuke gave a disgruntled sigh. Well, she was one of the ones that found the body of Mochi. Literally, Rikako is the only other person if there's retribution from the mist. But then again, that means she killed Mochi and the old man. And if she's dead, does that mean wolves? Can wolves die? If wolves defy, can wolves die? I don't know. We now have no other confirmations. And the spider seems to be dead. But then how would they know the spider was dead? Or did they just take a chance? The door was made from thin plywood and a wooden frame. A solid impact would break through. I looked around and saw a few aged farming tools lying against some houses. The old wooden hoe and mallet were too rotten to work here. But the old axe looked just right. 1, 2. I lifted the axe and started counting, but had to stop midway. There was the sound of clattering. The door suddenly moved. Surprised, I jumped backwards and glanced at the other two. They were just as shocked, if not frightened. Well, what's that? What do you mean? It has to be Rikaku-san. Umetsu-san. There was no response at first, but a few seconds later the door shook again. A moment later it fell silent once more. Had she collapsed on the door? If she wasn't well and was lying next to the door, breaking it open was dangerous. I put the axe down and walked up to the door again. The moment I approached it, I heard a clicking sound. I didn't even have time to question what had happened before it creaked open. There was a gap of about 20 centimetres. It was pitch black inside. And there was a face all covered in blood. I'm not going to scream. But also, does that mean she killed Mochi? It sank back into the darkness the very next moment, but it was soon replaced by an inhuman scream and an arm that snaked out and grabbed for my neck. The grip had inhuman strength behind it. I ignored Chimi and Kyonosuke's screams and tried to pry myself free. My throat was on the verge of crushing. The groans continued ceaselessly, the nails dug into my neck, and I was being dragged inside. Help! How the hell was she so strong? Wolf? Exposed wolf. Wolf that defied the law thing. This arm clearly belonged to Rikaku, so why? Help me! My words got them out of their stupor and they ran up to me. As panic and lack of oxygen dimmed my vision, they grabbed, bashed and tugged at the arm that was holding on to me. Damn it. Hey, let go! Just one finger. I don't know how long it took, but when I was eventually freed, Chimi swiftly slammed the door shut. Bring something I can use to bar the door. Like what? I'll just shove the axe in it. Sitting on the ground in shock, I simply stared at their exchange. I could still barely breathe, my vision was hazy and I couldn't think clearly. Something inside was trying to get the door open and possibly escape. What it was, though, I had no idea. What happened to Rikaku Umetsu? How about this? Nosatsu-san, hold it shut, I'll bring the others and we'll barricade it. Haruruki-san, are you alright? Can you stand? Yeah. Actions were more important than words here. Stealing my resolve, I rose to my feet. We gathered everyone who could still move and sealed off Rikaku Umetsu's door and windows with planks, nails, large farming tools and whatever else we could find. The small house was basically a pile of flimsy barricades now. Everyone was tired from all the work and sat down to rest. What's the point of doing this, though? Someone asked. We could still hear groans and crashing sounds from the inside. No one answered the question, but we all understood that letting that thing out would be a mistake. But what exactly was it anyway? A yombito. That seemed like an answer of some sort anyway. What do you mean? Corrupted folk that come from Yumi, you know, don't you? Has to be on yombito, that. That's not what I mean. Yombito are the wolves, right? They come back to life because of their grudge over being killed during the feast. It's not always like that, Haro-chan. Yasumizu has always been menaced by yombito. Or maybe this is the corruption Umetsu-san might have broken an important law. That can't be. Protecting the laws is the role of purifying spider family. But that might be. She touched too much of the corruption. But that's... She might have come to Yasumitsu to keep at least a bit of the Yomi's corruption away. Hanami Yobito will we have now. Takumi was a good boy. Maybe it's a good thing he died before seeing. Thus I offer homage to Shine the Almighty so peace might come to pass. And repeat ad nauseam. A silent prayer. Her eyes were teary and her shoulders were shaking. Wait, then Rikaku-san is... Yombito must be hanged. It didn't sit right with me. The rule was that breaking the laws meant getting the corruption, and getting the corruption meant being slaughtered, right? It was the first time I'd heard that it was possible to do something about the corruption and that she'd die because of that. Logic had little ground here. I mean, she's either a werewolf or she killed Mochi and the old man. She was locked in the room, so she wasn't breaking the other rules. I feel like hanging her at least means that she's not going to kill anybody. I am also quite confused, I have to say. We're still in 3. Okay. We're just going to have a quick break and run an ad. And then we will find some more stuff out. And then maybe someone will be on that we can raid. But we'll probably go for another hour, I would have thought. I think. Anyway, we're just going to have a quick break and see where it goes. Alright. I think that's why the reason this is confusing me so much is because they're just breaking all the rules. They set out all these rules, and then they break all the rules. But yeah, logic had little ground here, so the people were gradually losing their minds. They were being pushed closer to death. It was like this was a supernatural phenomenon. Is anyone hungry? I've already calmed down, so we can do the rest after you've calmed down as well. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the only one that's annoyed at this. And also she now looks like a freaking zombie. It was a very attractive suggestion. We all turned away and returned to the dining hall, and I felt like Rikako had let out a groan even more inhumanely loud than any of those before. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's not like it's affecting me specifically. It's obviously this is the bad thing, but there's just been so much story without any chance of change that it's like, did it all just change back with what her objective was there? Or hiding in the outhouse? Or is it as simple as recalling the memories? Because, you know, aside from trying to escape and it not working, there is a lot of death. I mean, I know it's going to be the bad ending to start with. Everybody dies. It's still frustrating. But I'm hooked. It's got a big old hook. It's reminding me of the rant Sammy had about Sherlock. Which one? Which Sherlock? Which rant? Not which Sammy. I know which Sammy you mean. Or Sherlock where, you know, you're like, the one... Oh, the Sherlock games where... Oh, the TV show Sherlock. I was going to say the Sherlock games where, like, you know, you're suddenly expected to know all these things that he didn't bloody well tell you. I don't remember the rant about the TV show, though. I know which TV show, but I don't remember the rants. Once we arrived, the place was dominated by a heavy silence. There were sounds coming from the kitchen. A kitchen knife rhythmically hit the cutting board as Kiori-san prepared the food. Tai-san was seated away from everyone, desperately left fluently chanting a sutra. Combined with the kitchen sounds, it had a mind-numbing effect. Everyone else was simply falling into a torpor, staring silently into space. Even I, the sanest person in the room, wanted to simply let my mind shut down and stop thinking. That wouldn't stop me from trying, though. Rather than trying to evaluate the details, I decided to return to square one and summarize the current situation. That's what I do. Takumi-san was dead. That left me, Chimi, the two Oribes, Kinosuke-shi, Tai Yamawaki-shi, Maiko, Rikako Umetsu, and Haru Akishima, a total of 9. And Rikako Umeshima, I didn't want to say she'd become a Yombito or something, but it was clear she was in a condition that left her functionally useless. Normally, the right thing to do here would be to take her to a hospital. But instead, they were going to discuss killing her. I'd probably have to remind them of the sound course of action. Whatever the case, if you ignored Rikoko and I, only 7 people were participating in the feast. With Takumi-san's death, we would never know what the snake found out about Haru. Therefore, the only confirmed people were Kinosuke, she, a human, and Maiko, a monkey. And personally, I thought I could trust Chimi, so that made 3. That left 4 others. This was bad. I wondered if Chimi understood that. I had to talk to her in private. Ba, where's Oni-chan? We'd kept Maiko away from all that happened this morning, so she was still in the dark about Rikaku-san. Roop! Yeah. The whole thing where it's the unreliable narrator. And there was an Agatha Christie book where it was an unreliable narrator. You can't trust what you are seeing because either the person is lying or is under the influence of something or it's a mental thingy. But yeah, there was like an entire episode like set back in original Sherlock times that was just freaking weird, and it was like he was just actually on a plane and he'd taken a cocktail of drugs, and it was like, excuse me, what? I mostly don't try and analyze stuff unless the point of my exercise is to analyze it. I will watch and absorb and sometimes go, oh, I know who did it. But, yeah. The last series, I mean, honestly, I think it just went a bit weird. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I enjoyed it because I like Sherlock. I like anything with a mystery detective. Anything. I like media, you know, as long as it's not too sad or creepy or the wrong kind of humour. So I'd have watched it anyway. But it was weird. She's not feeling too good. Leave her in peace. Okay, hey, can I go outside? Isn't it dangerous? I'll look after her. She'll be safe if she stays close. Yeah, well, exactly. I don't disagree with that. In fact, I very much agree with Sammy. But I still would watch it anyway. I can't say I enjoyed it, but I definitely watched it. The 2 left. Yasunaka? What? There's something I want you to fetch. I'm going to use the bathroom. More and more people left. They probably didn't feel comfortable standing up until now. Tai-san just continued chanting, though it was like she lived in another world. Beside her, all that was left was Haru. Haru-chan. The way she constantly shifted in her seat made it clear she felt uncomfortable. Sorry about Takumi-san. I tried talking to her. Yeah, Chini always relied on him. What about Rikako Umetsu-san? I didn't like her. She creeped me out. Chimi-chan seemed fine with her, though. That's because she's strong. When did Umetsu-san arrive here? 2 or 3 years ago. Not recently, at least. Seemed like plenty of time to get to know a person, if you asked me. Ooh, sorry, just remembered I need to put yogurts on my shopping list. It's one of those things. It's like, oh, I should put that on my shopping list. Promptly forget. I just remembered yogurts, mainly because I'm like, oh, I really could go for a yogurt right now. I'm eating the peach Actimel ones. I like peach, but I don't have any yogurts left, so I need to get them from the supermarket. That seemed like plenty of time to get to know a person, if you asked me, or maybe not. Yazumuzi's people had been suffering at the hands of the village heads for generations. Of course, they couldn't just accept her. I hear she's one of the village heads, but what kind of family are the Iemetsu anyway? What do you even want to know? How many times do we have to tell you that you're an outsider and should just stay out of all this? I mean, I'm at risk of dying too. Oh, I'm sorry, that was insensitive of me. Maybe everyone is dead except for him and the two wolves in the end, and then the wolves just eat him and then the wolves win. That would be a funny ending. Kind of like, it's yeah. Let's talk about something else then, alright? Fine. I looked around. As I saw Yasunaga-kan walk upstairs, I lowered my voice and asked, "Was Mochi to you?" "Why are you asking?" "To make up for his lack of funeral." "Huh?" "In funerals, you talk about the people who passed away, right? I remember hearing that gives their souls peace." "This is unexpected." "What is?" "I thought you were cold and heartless. I didn't think I'd hear something about peace in the afterlife from you." That was just rude. Mochi was an Asato, but he never acted like he was better than anyone. He was weird and as much a troublemaker as Chini, but he never hurt anyone. Everyone said he wasn't right in the head, but I didn't think so. He was really funny, and I think he would have been really popular if he appeared on TV. He was 1 year older than me, but he treated me like someone his own age. I always had tons of fun with him. He got along really well with Chan too. He did? Yeah. They were always together and they were like a pair of heroes in school. They got along so well that I sometimes felt lonely with them. Her visage dimmed. I felt like she was easier to understand than most. If Mochi had really liked her, it must have been a tough love. She hadn't even looked at him in that regard, and being with Yasunaga-kan made him a target of her jealousy. But he's gone now. Yasunaga-kan must be terrible. Yeah. Why not help him out? Yasunaga-kan was going up the stairs again. I gestured him with my chin. Huh? He's doing something for his mum, and Jimmy-chan's outside. I don't think you can replace Mochi, and Jimmy-chan's probably the best person for the job, but even if they are the ones who'll make the final decision, there's no reason to hold yourselves back in the meantime, right? You want to help him, don't you? Yeah. You too? Well, Jimmy gave me way more than just a meal and a place to stay. Yeah, a threat of death. I won't say I don't have any ulterior motives, but more than that, I just want to support her. She seems to be suffering at the hands of things I can't even comprehend. Yeah, I think I misunderstood you. I can't blame you. Are you going? Why does Jessie keep on popping on and offline? I swear that's like the third time. Damn it, Jessie! Or maybe I am literally just imagining it and it feels like that. I think we saw Ulkash earlier popping on, but I thought we'd already seen Jessie. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. I should really turn those things off, but I like knowing when my friends... There's a storm? Oh. All I knew was Heathrow was closed because there was a fire or something. That's all I've seen in the news. I've been trying to avoid the news this week because I've already been tired. I didn't need that outside being shit. But, oh, if there's storms, that's not good. American weather has gone erratic again. Wonderful! I really think we're in the dark timeline. The darkest timeline. Or possibly the bad place. I don't know. I'm just trying to ignore the world for a little while and just, you know, get a little semblance of sanity back. I can't blame you. Are you going? Yeah, I still need to apologize for yesterday. Then I'll go outside too. We stood up at the same time. Though Harry-chan was always on edge, deep inside she was a really honest girl. I worried that she'd fall victim to some scumbag like me down the road. Oh, what? Maybe you should really run away. Never mind, forget I said anything. She cut herself short and hurried upstairs. Apparently I'd gained some of her trust, but it didn't look like I could get anything more useful than that bit of advice. Unlike the other inhabitants, she just believed that escape was possible. That was why she tried to do it yesterday. That might have been the extent of it. So who do you suspect? Harry-chan and Yasunuga-kun? I walked up to Chimi, who was looking after Maiko, and we started a conversation. I can understand Harry-chan, but Yasuga? We have 4 suspects, Tai-san, Kaori-san, and them. He was the only one out of those who was outside when Mochi died yesterday. And considering how cunning the wolves are, I can't imagine it being anyone but him. He's that devious? Yeah. Really? Why did Takumi-san die today? Oh, why did Takumi-san die today? What did you mean? He was obviously killed by the wolves. That's not what I'm asking. What do you mean? Oh, I think I get it. Because the spider didn't protect him? Right, the spider is probably already dead. Huh? Wait. When you think about it, on the first day, Takumi-san was protected by the spider. And yesterday, no one actually said that the spider should protect someone else, right? Yeah. That means that the spider once again protected Takumi-san. He's way too valuable. At least that's what should have happened if the spider was still alive. Well, that's true. Since the feast started, the ones who died before Takumi-san were Kanzo-san, Yoshi, Mochi, and the old man who cried wolf. One of those 4 was the spider. The wolves realized this, killed him, and went for Takumi-san. That's the only logical explanation. Aren't you overthinking it? What if they just assumed the spider was gone because 4 people died? That's the optimistic take, but if we're actually dealing with someone clever, underestimating them would be a fatal mistake. But how'd they find out who the spider is? You're too loud. It's nothing, Maiko-chan. She resumed scribbling on the ground. She was completely absorbed in it for some reason. I think it's likely that the wolves guessed who was the spider. But how? You told me that on the first day, Kanzo-san let Yasunuga-kun talk for most of the feast and only made the final decision, right? He looked like a more proactive type to me. I doubt he'd agree to not hang anyone on the first day. Well, that's true, but what about it? If he'd spoken up and taken the initiative, he could have easily controlled the situation, and most of his decisions would have been good calls. That was why he was such a good target for the wolves. That's what we thought, right? That's true, but we also thought the same about Yasukan. On the other hand, if you're a wolf, you have no chance of becoming a target for the wolves. It's more dangerous for them not to say anything important and look suspicious. Giving away harmless information for one is way better. It's the clever thing to do, don't you think? But how's that related to Kanzo-chan keeping his silence? Well, this is all just speculation, but I think he kept quiet to avoid calling attention to himself so the wolves wouldn't target him. Why would he do that? Because he felt that his survival was intrinsically linked to that of the others. Because he had a guardian? Yeah, and it was probably the spider. Why are you so confident? The spider is the most vulnerable participant in the feast. After all, the one person they can't protect is themselves. But as long as his identity was hidden, he had the possibility of making the wolves waste the night. That was probably why he tried not to stand out, but it worked against him and attracted the wolves' attention. He of all people is quiet. He must have an amazing guardian and all that. That led to the wolves taking him out on the first day, and then taking out Takumi-san, now defenseless, on the second. I know that's just speculation, but I kind of feel like you're right. Even if that was planned by the enemies, it's best to assume that the anomalies too have all been shortcuts for the wolves. It's also possible that if the Guardian manifests as an actual, mark, they killed him because they wanted to kill a leader and then found the mark. on his dead body. Though only his head was smushed. And we haven't seen any marks as yet. And Maiko's the only one that's mentioned a monkey on stomach thanks to Mochi saying something. I don't know whether that was a metaphorical monkey or not. And even if that was planned by the enemies, it's best to assume that anomalies too have all been shortcuts for the wolves. What do you mean? Too many people died outside the rules. Yoshi, Mochi, the old wolfman, and Rikako. She's effectively dead now. To the wolves, unplanned deaths are a good thing. The less feasts they have to survive, the lower the chance they'll be hanged. And what if they planned for those people to die? I see your point, but how could they pull it off? They could tell Yoshi to walk around outside at night, basically sending him to the corruption. I don't know the motive behind Mochi and the wolf guy's death, but it all makes sense if they were killed by Rikako and Metsu. What? Tai-san talked about Yamatsu's role and thought she fell to the corruption because of it, but there's a more reasonable explanation. If she killed the two, she'd have broken the feast rule of one person per day and become a target of the corruption. I put aside the idea that there were apparently two types of corruption, slaughter and madness. But how? Did you see the clothes she wears? She wouldn't have the time to change. And there's no way she could have won against two men, right? And how about this? Mochi or the wolf guy killed the other, and the one who survived was killed by her. She became the target of the corruption for drawing the blood of a second person in one day. I mean, I did think that was a chance, or they killed it was a murder-suicide type situation. I don't know. I don't think Mochi would have killed anyone. I think maybe the wolf guy killed Mochi. But yeah. I don't know about the clothes, but it could be solved by a large apron or something. We can't say it's impossible until we verify it. But even a single guy sounds like too much for her. One of them was senile, though. Maybe they were weakened from trying to kill each other. Kill? Well, how could you think something like that? Again, it's all just speculation. I don't even know the motive, but it does make sense. But how is that related to the wolves' conspiracy? Don't know the motive here either, but if they knew her weakness or something, they could have goaded her into killing them. Maybe she was a wolf herself. Jimmy was at a loss for words. I had no choice but to continue myself. She could have hastened the whole process to give the other wolf an advantage. I really doubt that. Getting themselves killed would be really bad for the wolves. True, considering the number of wolves and humans, losing one wolf to take out two humans isn't a good deal. There was no guarantee that everyone would realise that. Not everyone acts logically. There's a lot of illogical stuff going on, and predicting their effects is impossible. No, I don't want to hear that. You can't give up, can you? I don't want to think that anymore. I mean, cruel twist of fate would be her being a wolf. Oops. I just went into the chart. Sorry, I said too much. Don't worry, I'm the one who should be sorry. But yeah, this is a bit hard for me. I really don't think you people need to keep playing with this. I'll help you escape if you want. We can't. I just know that if you're born here, you're fated to die here. That's just a baseless delusion. Someone who can't see God would never understand. Yeah, I won't. How troubling. It really was troubling. If this was some tabletop fun for the whole family game, I'd have already punched the GM and left. But lives were actually on the line here, not just my own, but also that of someone I kinda liked. We'd made it this far, yet she was uncooperative. Maybe I was going about this wrong. Maybe if I wanted to save her life, I had to start by saving her from the darkness within. Or maybe from the unidentified supernatural phenomenon that was binding her. Though that didn't seem like something that could be done in just 3 or 4 days. Still, I'd struggle until the very end. I couldn't participate in the feast myself, so I had no choice but to leave it to Chimi. I didn't say anything more to her, I just chose to believe she'd overcome her inner conflict soon. Meanwhile, Mako's drawing had grown so large, it felt like she would get lost in the mist. Hey! I left Chimi and went to Mako. She waved at me. Good thing she was kinda used to me now. What are you drawing? Those are guardians. Guardians? One drawing showed a warped circle with a line just as strange going through it. But I could see what it was. It looked much like the Higuchi family crest I saw in the dining hall. There were 4 of them. Apparently the others were hard to differentiate. And that whirling drawing is the same as the one on the stone. The symbol of the Yomotso Ukami. I see. Shine-sama's guardians. Did Oni-chan teach them to you? Yeah. What about these? They're not guardians, are they? They're cattle. I certainly wasn't expecting to hear such a vivid word from a girl about 4 years old. Animals, huh? Yeah, this is a cow. Mm-hmm. This is a donkey. Oh. This is a pig. Uh-huh. The ground wasn't the best canvas and the little girl wasn't the best artist. All I could really tell was that they all had 4 legs. And this is? Me. It had 4 legs though. Well, whatever. And this, it's bigger than the others. A wolf. A light chill went down my spine. Huh? Why a wolf? Because the wolf is coming. Huh? The wolf is coming? That's what the old man said. That was like... Because the wolf is coming, I had to run far, far away. Hold on, Miko-chan, you know the wolf? I haven't met him, but I know he's scary. Is this the same wolf as we have here? Bah? Where's the snake and monkey? I don't know. What does the wolf do? Eat the cattle? Eat? Yeah, they said the horse was eaten. Apparently this had nothing to do with Fujiyoshi's legends. I had no idea if this was from a picture book or imagination, but there were barely any links between the stories. Or maybe I was rushing to conclusions. Who told you this story? It really happened. Where then? Far away. Far away, huh? I've been walking for so long. Well, it didn't look like I'd get any details from her. If far away referred to the land of myth, then it actually had truths regarding Fujiyoshi's legend that weren't told here. What the hell was I thinking? Land of myth? How stupid. I should just calm down and file it under more info that made no sense to me. I see. It must have been hard. I'm hungry. Same here. Let's go back. Okay. No RTDL? Oh, were you trying for something? Yeah, I've not reached another achievement yet, so I've not got mine. Oh! RTDL broke. Right. I'm assuming it has to do with the fact that TA got DDoSed yesterday or some such, and that they had to put up some Cloudflare protections. That's fine. I'm enjoying this game anyway. I'm going to play it until I've completed it. You've only got 7 though. I've only got 2 left. 1 in this and 1 in whatever else. If I get something that should count, it will still count. But then I won't be able to get a new one. I'd be stuck with the other game, wouldn't I? It wouldn't reroll. So, anyway. I mean, that's fine, yeah. I've been doing quite well this month. But also I've had a lot of point and clicks, which I like, and therefore have played. I'm going for the 25, I think. So we'll complete this game, which will guarantee us it, even if it doesn't unlock as yet. And then it's a case of waiting to see whether it re-rolls. And I still have earned a re-roll anyway. And I've got reveals for my last one if I need it. So the girl was running from something, which makes sense. Maybe an actual wolf, but then runs into a supernatural wolf. But then why are the supernatural wolves killing with rocks and guns? The people, you know, crushed and dismembered and mutilated, definitely feel like they got killed by that supernatural giant wolf thing. But the people who have been targeted feel like they've been killed by humans. So I don't have enough pieces of information, and I think that is the point right now. So I don't know how much further we're going to get in the next like half hour or so. I will need to eat at some point. So I think maybe another half an hour and see where we get to. And then that will be the last stream, though. If you want to find out what happens, you'll have to buy the game. Because I can't not play anymore today. I need to play more. I also need to eat. But I'm not doing any more streams of it. I think I've just got to draw a line, otherwise we'll end up with, you know, nonary games all over again. Possibly. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, as we turned around, I saw Jimmy stand up in the mist again and hesitantly beckon us. Looks like the food's ready. Keanu Sukeshi was standing at the entrance of the dining hall wearing a gloomy expression. He was never particularly vigorous, but now his visage was haggard and he wasn't nearly as arrogant as before. I couldn't blame him. The only person he was friendly, flirtatious to, Mikaku Uematsu, was in an awful state. Also, despite all he'd said, he'd actually relied on Takemi-san. They seemed to be close in terms of age, too. Which is weird, because he looks older. And from what I'd heard, he'd never really said anything wrong. The only problem was his insensitive choice of words. The feast was a communication game. Even if you were right about something, it didn't matter much if you couldn't convince anyone. Thank you very much. Still, he was one of the mere 2 confirmed humans. Treating him badly and making him upset wouldn't help at all. I had to be courteous. Let's go. Yeah. Hungry, aren't we, Miko-chan? Chimi had calmed down again. I'd already told her my suspicions. I now had to hope she handled the feast well. All that was left now was to get some nutrients to support my hard-working brain, right? Are we eating the food now? Are we just ignoring that thing that we were protecting ourselves by not eating the food? I'm sorry I couldn't prepare anything better. She ladled what appeared to be rice gruel from the large pot. It was a thick white soup with vegetables, rice, and something brown inside. Game meat. Is it fermented? Yes, the fresh meat was spoiled. Chimi-chan? I whispered to her. What do we do? What do you want to do? We were talking about the thing where I had to avoid the local food. I love this game. You know what? I'll stick to my diet until the end this time. Okay, thanks. What did I mean by this time? Did I think I had another life or something? Ooh, fourth wall breaking. When are we going to hit the next chapter? It was fine. It wasn't like I was cool with dying just on the off chance I got a second shot. Dying was an acceptable option. I wasn't about to compromise on that. There's no point in walking around, so I'll just wait here. All right. You're not going to eat? I have a bunch of allergies. It's because you young'uns don't eat proper. You won't become strong if you don't have a balanced diet. Hey, I was lying, but telling actual allergy sufferers that they should just eat and they'd be cured was actual murder. Thank you for acknowledging this. Well, there were some efforts to cure allergies by carefully injecting the allergens via vaccine, but that was a subject for the doctor. Yeah. The amount of times I've told people I have allergies and they literally question me in that how much would I have to eat to be affected, and I'm like, are you trying to hurt me? Because yeah, maybe you can just eat a little bit though. Yeah, maybe you won't then be horrendously ill or stop breathing or whatever. Thankfully, don't have ones that affect my breathing, but you know, I don't appreciate knives in my intestines either. And that's just from someone having used the same knife to prepare stuff. So, yeah. But yeah, anyone that like questions that or tries to trick people by feeding them their allergens, they should be put in jail. Because that's like moida. Anyway, Going back to the dorm by myself was dangerous since they'd suspect me, so I just waited in the corner of the room, still hungry. Where are Soka-kan and Haru-chan? Still upstairs? Don't mind them, your food will get cold. Ma! I'll go call them. I went up the stairs, and when I reached the second floor, I stopped for a moment. I heard some rustling. Was it possible they'd gotten that intimate in just a few minutes? Was I about to ruin the mood? Well, food was important too. I said, to get their attention and slowly went up, making sure I was loud enough for them to hear me coming. It's lunchtime. Oh, yeah. Sunaga-kun? Ah, hello. The room was full of stuff. It was a huge mess. You looking for something, no luck? Yes, I was told there was a new apron in the attic, but we couldn't find it there, so we were checking other places too. So that was it. Did you see? Huh? Could you not tell anyone about this? Well, I did come up carefully, but it's not like I saw anything I shouldn't have. Huh. Were you going at it? What are you saying? I'm kidding. I know you wouldn't do something like that at a time like this. Of course we wouldn't. Yeah. Really? Now, I was still kind of worried. Anyway, why not take a break and get some food? They didn't argue. As we prepared to go back, there was a loud noise from downstairs. What? Yasunaga-kan and I looked at each other and then ran out of the room without saying a word. We were met with a strange scene. I instantly realized what had happened and who was responsible. Kiyonisuke was wearing a furious expression, his shoulders shaking. There was a shattered plate of rice gall at his feet, the contents were still steaming. He was facing Kayori Arubi-san, who was standing completely still. Did he throw his food to the floor? Was it that bad? No way, this was clearly something way bigger than that. What's gotten into you? Chimi and the others didn't seem to understand either. They shifted uneasily. What? Wolfsbane, the plant, there's aconite in the food. What? Mega-chan, did you eat any? Not yet. What about the rest of you? Hold on, I'm so lost. Is that true? Look at these leaves. They shine. The other side isn't white and the tip is pointy. They smell different too. This is mugwort or windflower. You're right. It's wolfsbane. You used wild plants, man? Yes. That was close. What a mistake. Someone almost got poisoned. She wants to kill us. Huh? It was just a mistake. That's it. Don't be so Haru-chan stopped talking when she realized the suspect was acting strange. Kiyori-san was staring right at Kiyonisuke, not moving an inch and smiling. She was completely glaring him down. Yes. That response was so delayed we had no idea what it was for. When Kiyonisuke backed away a bit, his expression shifted from rage to fear. Mom? Oh dear. You should all die. As she stood there wailing madly. Either she's completely lost it because her son died, because he was outside, he got lured. She thinks wolfsbane will kill the wolves because, wolfsbane. But aconite is quite a vicious poison and would kill everybody. I mean, literally, I think cause them to vomit their insides out, as far as I remember. I read a lot of books. I think she's just lost it. But yeah, as she stood there wailing madly, she brandished a knife. She was hardly moving quickly, but the sight of the blade had stunned our reflexes. I'd seen some bizarre corpses here. I'd bore witness to what pure malice could do. But still living blatant malevolence, killing intent, was intense enough to paralyze everyone present. Did she somehow kill Mochi and the old man? She was in the room, though. I barely registered the scene unfolding before me. Staggering a bit, the woman passed the counter. The sharp knife was still green with something, likely shavings of aconite. She raised her voice and aimed her poisoned weapon at the nearest target, Kiyonisuke-san. Oh gosh, we finally got a choice! Oh my god! It's only taken most of the chapter and god, like 6 hours? Stop poisoning. Oh, one of these is going to end up in death. One of these is going to end up in death. What do we reckon? Tackle her feels like it's going to end in death. We want a death. Our death, just because it's funny. I don't know why I moved when I did. I was a man of words, not of impulse. In times of crisis, I was the type to turn tail and run after making some sort of parting threat. I shouldn't have been on good enough terms with either Kyonosukishi or Kiori-san to risk my life for them. Yet when I came to my senses, my body was dancing, charging straight for Kiori-san with my right shoulder. And after a brief struggle, we collapsed. I heard her let out a strained cackle in my ears. I had to change my posture. Unless I pinned her knife hand down, I'd... But in the end, it turned out I really wasn't cut out for the job. These roundabout thoughts were just delaying the inevitable. When the madly laughing woman embraced me, my thoughts ground to a complete halt. And we died. There we go. She'd stabbed me right in the back. Simple as that. To her, I was just another obstacle that had to be removed. I didn't know if the wound itself was fatal, but I could tell that the blade had sunk in incredibly deep, and that it was coated in leaf green poison. You die, you die, you die. It must have been a near instant death. My mind quickly grew hazy, yet my final moments were those of self-reflection. Reckless actions really aren't my forte after all. Game over. We did that on purpose. Bad ending number 5. So we found 2, 4, and 5. Watch hint corner? I mean, should we go yes? Is it going to give us anything new? We've done it now. Real bust. Bad ending 5. A poison death for a reckless amateur. Look, Haruki isn't some kind of martial arts shonen protagonist, okay? Besides, even if he did dabble in it a bit, his first instinct would be to run away from someone armed. He'd be fully aware how scary a weapon can be. A lot of martial arts anime and manga tend to treat them lightly, but in reality, weapons are far more dangerous than your fists. If you charged him based on that logic, then you deserve to die. Hell, the killer this time even had instantly lethal poison on their side. So running away is your best bet in this case. However, if that's not an option, at least find a weapon with longer reach than the would-be killer. So yeah, don't bring a fist to a knife fight, go back to 3. Yomi Q, stop poisoning and pick the other choice. Right. Okay, that's enough for this time. Die a bloodier death that time. Okay, so if we pick the ones that don't give us a key, we just get a silly thing saying, obviously you picked the wrong one. But of course I did. That was the point. That was the point. Because then we get a thing. But we have yet to get an actual key choice for a while. I had no idea why my body began to move. I grabbed the nearest chair without even thinking about it. It was old, wooden and heavy. Picking it up made me lose my balance. For a bit. I pointed its legs at the would-be murderer and dashed forward as fast as I could. Crash, a cry of pain, a scream. Amidst the cacophony... Oh, I love that word. Cacophony. I attempted to keep Kiori-san pinned down. I pressed the edge of the chair against her knife arm. She cried out in pain and the blade clattered to the floor. Jimmy then quickly kicked it away. So now we've got one loony cursed person and one person just tried to murder everyone. In hindsight, it all happened in a mere matter of seconds. In fact, tying her up was way harder, what with her foaming at the mouth and struggling. In the end, we bound her limbs and gagged her to silence her bloodthirsty screams. I mean, I could tell she cracked, just from how she looked. Her eyes were wrong. With that done, we had no choice but to face reality. I know I'm probably not the best person to ask, but what do we even do about this? 6 of us stood in the mist right outside the dining hall. Kiori-san was locked inside. Huh? She's also become a Yonbito. No, that can't be. She's just not feeling well. I guess she was really pushing herself. Of course she was. Do you have any idea how important Yoshi was to her? He was foolish, short-tempered and annoying, but... No, that's exactly why she treasured him so much. She often said that he was as reckless as his father. I'll take responsibility and calm her down myself. Please forgive her for this. We should decide this at the feast. Please wait, this is a personal outburst that has nothing to do with the feast. Keep her out of it. How can you be so certain she might have succumbed to the corruption? Osato-san? Everything in the mist has to be decided at the feast. Breaking that law risks falling victim to the corruption. That's true. Very well, let's go. No! Yasunaga-kun, she'll be killed! I won't let that happen. Fusashi-san, please look after her. Not gonna lock me up again? No one replied. Apparently it didn't matter anymore. Jimmy-chan. She was making the same face she did whenever she talked about God. I knew this would happen. Strangely enough, there was emotion in her eyes. I could see 90% resignation and 10% fear. Watching me until she finally passed out of sight, she followed the others towards the hall. My God! 6 people left. But one who's lost it, and one who seems to be corrupted, and one who just keeps on getting excluded. Where's the sake? Can't we just skip that part? The cleansing is important. Here you go, Nosato-sama. Thank you. That hits the spot. You too, Chi-chan. Yasukan? You just take a lick. What about Oni-chan? Matsu-sama can't be here anymore. I'll look after this girl. What's the point? Genie, get a grip. Then let's begin. I vote to hang Madame Oribe. For what reason? She's dangerous. In that case, I will vote for Rikako or Matsu-san for the same reason. What about the rest? This is a temporary vote for now. Say what you think. I think we should hang both. Doesn't really matter what order. I can't think straight right now. We should hang Rikako. We can at least talk to Kiyori-san, but Rikako is a mad beast. What about you, child? They're eating Oni-chan? What's that supposed to mean? Listen, if you want to protect Rikako-san, then vote to hang Kiyori Oribe. Bah. She won't understand. 3 didn't vote, and 3 who did are in favour of hanging Imatsu-san. It's decided. This is absurd. Okay, just seeing who's online. It's like Kason and Jesse are streaming. Oh, Lady Magritte is live. I missed that announcement. Oops, that was 45 minutes ago. That makes sense because of the time zone difference. What did Twitch tell me? Seriously, it told me Jesse went live. It didn't tell me Lady Magritte went live. Stupid phone. What was the bit about eating? Was that just the stew thing? Oh, the wolfsbane. Right, yeah, sorry. I missed that comment. This is absurd. This is how you prepare for moving here and working so hard on our behalf? Hear me out, will you? My mum is just a bit out of it right now. We may still be able to reason with her. However, Umatsu-san is basically a mindless animal. She doesn't even have the capacity to vote on things. Unlike mum, she's a Yompito now. Even if we hang my mum today, what will we do tomorrow? Do you have a way of fixing Umatsu-san? Looks like it's decided. How simplistic. I know you're biased because Madame Oribe is a relative, but you don't see the big picture. What? Think about it. Our top priority is to kill the wolves. That comes before all else. Yomibito aren't wolves, are they? That basically proves that Rikako-san isn't a wolf. Huh? What do you mean? Remember the legend? The wolves are Yomotsu or Kami, beings already corrupted by Yomi. Do you really believe they could become Yombito as well? Yamawaka-san, what's your opinion? That might be true. Here's a hypothesis. Powerful corruption slaughters you like it did those journalists and your brother. However, weaker levels of corruption cause madness. Mad guardians are wolves, while mad humans are Yombito. That means that the corruption's punishment can only be slaughter for wolves. And either slaughter or Yombito Information for humans. That's just a convenient delusion. Wouldn't that mean that Yoshi was a wolf then? Indeed, I have no way to prove it, but I can make it seem more plausible. But I mean, of the people here, there is at least one wolf, and we know it's not the guy in the waistcoat. Or the little girl. Which leaves 4 people. At this point, the old lady is very sus. And, you know, I don't think it's my lady friend at the moment. I mean, it probably is, because I'm really bad at trusting people. If wolves could go mad due to the corruption, would they even look like Rikoku-san does? There are beasts disguised as humans. Would they truly look like that if they'd gone mad? I think the beasts would show their true selves, their bestial fury. Is that what happened to Rikoku-san? No. That might be true. Then maybe we should hang Kiori-san first. Taiba? You're basing your decision on fairy tales. We've had actual deaths here. This is ridiculous. I'm the one who's ridiculous? To accept the fear of the corruption means to accept the legends? See, I've accepted it. Fearing the corruption while disregarding the legends is what truly ridiculous, don't you think? Chini? I'm afraid of God. I'm afraid of this God who toys with us as we dance on his palm. What are you saying? Regardless of, no, because of that. We need to fight back against our fears. For that we need weapons. Haruiki-san. Why him? I vote for you, Yasuka. What? It's Chini? I'm not sure I understand you, said Iwadawa. Nosatu-san, start the proper vote. There's no point in just talking. Huh? But this was going to happen sooner or later, and if she's truly casting her vote, it's only fair for us to cast ours. But whether I can forgive you or not is another story, Chini. I know. No objections? Then let's begin the vote. Here's what I think. Nosatu-san is half right. We're supposed to search for wolves here. But I'm completely against relying on the legends for evidence. Mochi, the old wolf guy, and Takumi-chan all died at the hands of people. That's why we should look back over what's happened so far, instead of the legends. So how about this? First, who aside from me understood the purpose of the feast? Nosatu-san said it himself. Miki-chan is too young to understand, and Haru-chan... Honestly, I think she'd oppose Nosatu-san and side with Yasukan regardless of the situation. Taiba-chan would look to the legends, obviously. She's the biggest believer here. What about Yasukan, though? I know it's been hard for him, and with his mum about to be hanged, I can understand why he'd panic. But then why push for Rikako-san's hanging? It's easy for us, Yasumisi people, to justify hanging the village heads, but you should understand what comes first. Death of the damned Yombito is the mandate. We should be looking for the immediate threat at hand, the wolves, before worrying about those words. The Yasukan I know would keep a cool head even in a crisis. Chini, I understand what you're saying. I just can't forgive him. Whenever you talk, it always makes a mess of things. Takumi, Yoshi, and Mochi are dead because of you, and now you want to take my mother? I'm sick of you. Nii-chan, what's wrong? Calm down. So yeah, I forgot about the purpose of the feast. It was just an act of petty revenge. I used Haru-chan for that. Like you said, that's all there is to me. I'm a pretty boring person. Are you still not satisfied? Yeah, this is totally out of character for you. Yasukan, I'm probably just looking too deeply into it, but... When Kaori-san set the food, only you and Haru-chan were absent. If the others had all been poisoned as planned, you'd be the only survivors. Haruoki-san notwithstanding. If you were a wolf, that'd be pretty good for you, right? Are you suggesting I convinced Mum to poison everyone? That would be just the worst. She probably got the wolf's bane earlier in the morning. She was too busy otherwise, and it did look like she woke up early. By that point, she was already resolved to kill us. It's easy to imagine that someone had given her the idea the previous night. What? But we can't contact anyone at night. There are 2 wolves. What? For the sake of her only living son, Kaori-san was ready to kill everyone, even if it meant being subject to the corruption. But I'm human! If you only had the wolves and a lone human at the end, votes would no longer matter. Haru-chan wouldn't be able to do anything. Where are you, Nii-chan? Yasuka. That's impossible. I mean, if Mum were a wolf, Yoshi wouldn't have died. She could have killed me to spare him, though. You think I convinced her to do that? She'd never listen. She loved him way more than me. Chini, this is cruel. There's no way he'd say anything like that to his mum. I'm not saying the wolves killed Yoshi. He might have just been out at night and killed by the corruption. Also, even if she wasn't a wolf, she'd help her son even if it meant falling victim to corruption. It sounds like you're saying whatever you can to make Nichan into a bad guy. What's wrong with you, Chini? You always used to protect us. Was it him? Did Fusashi-san... I can't say his bloody name. Tell you to say that? Did he make you change? No, he didn't. I'm just following his example and thinking for myself. Things I don't want to be true could actually be true and I can't look away from them. And so you decided to vote against me and ruin our friendship? I mean, listen to yourself. The Yasukan I knew would never try to guilt me into submission like that. If you've asked me, you're the one who changed. So, who will you vote for? I need to take responsibility for what I said. I suspected Yasukan and I'm sticking to that. One vote for Yasunuga Orabai. We messed up the order, but in terms of seating order, Taibai is first. How will you vote? I will vote for Kaori-san. I don't think Umetsu-sama is a wolf. What about you, Nosato-san? So now you're being respectful? My answer doesn't change. In fact, Seru Zarawa's words made me all the more certain. Yasunuga Oriba, in all honesty, your current attitude makes it hard to believe you are a wolf, but it's likely your mother is. One vote for Kiori Oribe. What about you, Yasunuga Oribe? I'm still voting for Rikaku. I'm voting for Rikaku too. The child? Can be ignored. Wait! Miko-chan, think your vote might decide whether the humans win or lose. Chini, you'll go that far? You'll trick a child to take her vote? That's what it takes, I'll do it. Miko-chan, you don't want Rikaku-san to be gone, right? No! Then? It's pointless. Even if she votes for me, it'll just be a three-way tie. I choose who I don't need? Yes. Then, I'll go with the lady. She was scary. You mean the woman from the dining hall? Mm-hmm. It's decided then. No! This has to be a sick joke. Mum will die because of something like this. I mean, she did try and kill everybody. She didn't succeed. Well, she killed me, but then I came back. But that just makes it all the more likely she isn't a wolf, I'll be honest. A vote is a vote. Nichan? It's over. Schisms. I heard muffled screams and sobs from the dining hall behind me. Gagged and tied, Kiori Oribe was still wailing. She couldn't move properly and had a pole fixed to her shoulders, but I was still worried enough to check every now and then. The lack of change helped calm my nerves, but at the same time I resented myself a bit for it. Quite a bit of time had passed since the feast had begun. What kind of decision would they make? The daily wolf lynching, hanging had failed every single time so far. Considering the number of days remaining and how many people were left, if they messed up today, the humans would lose all hope of surviving. If either Kiori, Oribe, or Rikaku Umetsu ended up chosen, there would just be no chance anymore. Yep. Once I saw people leaving the hall, my mouth moved on its own. It's done then. Their eyes were steady. They walked in my direction. Not to me, though, but to the dining hall. You chose Kiori-san? I asked anyway. I was speaking to the last representative of sanity in this place. Kiyonosuke no Sato. Move. We didn't even converse. His tone and the look in his eyes were different from usual. His usual arrogant pride was gone and its place stood a deadly determination. Yasunuga-kan. I lost. Haru-chan. I was against it. Oba-san. It's the will of the Shinai-sama. Chimi? Haruka-san, take the girl. Miko was at the rear of the group. Somewhat hesitantly, she walked up to me. I moved aside to let them pass. They all entered the dining hall and dragged out the victim. The ones holding the ropes and doing the dragging were Kiyonosuke, Nosato, and Chimi Saruiza. Following behind was Tai Yamawaki, prodding her onward with a bamboo broom. Stop. As his mother cried out in pain, Yasunaga Aribe followed the group hand in hand with Haru Makishima. Stop them. Haru Makishima was bawling. Yasunaga Aribe was shaking, not even trying to hide his sobs. His face was warped in anguish. Someone. As the group faded away, the gag fell out and the victim's voice grew loud. Hysterical laughing here. Not a scrap of reason remained, only raw terror. Or perhaps madness. Oh, please, someone, beg for her life. However, I didn't hear any pleas to the very end, and I painfully realized I wasn't participating in the feast. I wasn't part of this life selection game bound by otherworldly rules. But don't look. I turned to make her away, hugged her, and covered her ears. Because of that, I couldn't cover my own. Parent-like dedication, what a weird idea. Anyway, as the group disappeared into the mist, I somehow felt as though the screams or laughs grew even clearer. I was subjected to this illusion until the very end. During the final moments, the mother called out her son's name. It was the name of the elder son, and he responded by calling for his mother. But at the very last moment, it felt like the victim shouted out a different name. There was a strange sound, followed by silence. Miko. Miko's body was surprisingly warm. In response, she just nodded. Let's escape from this place tomorrow. She nodded again. Give up on Rikaku Uematsu. Miko started crying. I let her go, took her by the hand, and led her to the dorm. There, I took all the remaining food I had. Then I escorted her back to her place. Lock up. I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. Still crying, she nodded. Eat this, all of it, okay? I gave her some food and closed the door. Once I turned around, I saw them. Today's feast is over. There wasn't a hint of emotion in his voice. Oops. Yes, I know I need to eat. I will do that soon. I see. As one who didn't participate in the feast, I was in no position to criticize or support them. They just turned around and returned to their places, leaving no indicator whether they'd actually heard me. 3 of them were headed in the same direction. I didn't feel like joining them, instead casting a glare at their backs as they walked. My powerlessness was killing me. Under the assumption I would die tomorrow, I decided I would go through the mists down to Saranaga, a strict taboo here. What kind of death would that get me? Would I be injured, wander in some other world, something else entirely? Or perhaps I'd be eaten by a monster. I still had that incomprehensible memory, but it was enough to make me suspect. That it was the most likely scenario. Normally people didn't remember dying. The unknown was scary, but journeying into the unknown meant conquering that fear, so you could say there were some perks to remembering that death. But if it was guaranteed that I would die like that, I wasn't really keen on the idea. That had hurt like hell, not to mention how terrifying the experience was. And think of a better way to die. One that won't hurt so much, or at least would be worth the pain. Like if it led to the survival of a young child. Anyway, I'd wager my life. All that remained was finding supporters. I closed my eyes and took a few deep breaths. Whoosh. I threw a Yakuza kick into the wall. And I did a low kick with the other leg. Ha! The 7 treasures have finally been lost to the elements, the sacred orb reduced to rust. In the jungle of the decadent void, the Buddha's corpse shouts out, Rah! What the heck? I'm just kicking the wall. As I sang the Buddha's ash rock, I attacked the wall with my ass, which prompted a response from the other side. Shut up! I heard Chimi's angry voice through the front door. You sound like you enjoyed it. No one would know how to react to that. The walls here were thin, apparently. Anyway, let's escape tomorrow. This is your idea of a conversation? If you can still talk like that, you're perfectly sane. Escape it is. Let's say bye-bye to this nest full of crazy. Listen, Haruki-san. I'm serious. Still outside my door, she fell silent. It was only about 8. Still a safe time. I walked up to the door and unlocked it. Damn, you look awful. Is it that bad? Nah, just joking. What's with the jokes? You my boyfriend now or something? You put on a tough face, but it's a mask hiding some supernatural suffering, isn't it? Come on, talk to me. Well, don't if you don't want to. Take a seat. Pardon the intrusion. Alone in an empty room, we sat cross-legged and looked at each other. Tell me what happened during the feast today. Who are the wolves? I don't know. Hell, I don't even care anymore. The situation was hopeless. She felt the same way. So far, there wasn't a single lynching with a good reason behind it, and it didn't feel like they'd gotten lucky and killed a wolf. If only that scrawny rich guy were a wolf, it'd be so easy to hate him. Takumi-san said he's clean, so that's not likely. I know. But still, assuming Yasunaga-kan was actually a wolf, I really doubted he was cold-hearted enough to keep up the act of a human while seeing off his mother to his death. Like Chimi had pointed out, it was best to assume Kiyori-san had only done what she'd done for her son. If everyone died and only one was left, he'd be the victor, regardless if he was a human or wolf, probably. Whatever the case, it was important to note that it was wrong to guess whether Yasunaga-kan was a wolf based on this alone. Kiyori Oribe was in a messed up mental state that let her applaud the deaths of herself and everyone else just to save her son. It was simply the immense power of motherly love at work. I'd messed it up by sending Haru-chan to the second floor. Kiyori-san probably resented me for that. Not to mention I was the one who pinned her down. Being the target of a dead person's enmity was a rare experience. In my opinion, it was uncomfortable. Turns out I couldn't follow your example. My example? Yeah, I tried to think and did stuff, but well, was I a bad influence on her? Well, carefully deliberating your actions was never a bad thing, obviously. Also, it was worth noting she pointed out that Yasunaga trying to guilt-trip her wasn't like him. Her own intuition was important too. Besides him, there was Tai-san, who believed nothing but the superstitions, Haru-chan, who always agreed with Yasukan, and Maiko, the one who sealed Kiyori-san's fate, who was a monkey. Everyone's suspicious. Yeah, that's why I don't carry it is anymore. Chimi hung her head. I mean, who could it be? At this point, the old lady is definite in my mind. Unless it is the two kids. Or this lady. So yeah. I decided to help Maiko-chan. How? By running away with her? I'm telling you, it's pointless. It's better than just sitting around waiting for death, isn't it? And if she turns out to be a wolf, you'd be down to one. Lucky day, huh? Would it be? I just don't know anymore. I mean, she can't be a wolf, because Mochi said she was a monkey. I killed someone. She'd said it casually, but I could tell that it was hard for her to say. It's not your fault. I responded equally casually. I felt like breaking the illusion would be too much to handle. Wow, it's like you don't care at all. But you were against it, weren't you? Not stopping the murder makes me a partner in crime, doesn't it? I'm the same in that regard. Oh, right. Also, the law would understand that you made the wrong decisions because of the circumstances. Law, huh? Well, being punished under a proper rule of law is infinitely better than being punished by some weird laws. Of some mountain. Or what, do you want to die a supernatural death? No dice, huh? Yeah. Man, this was complicated. Is it God's fault? Half of it, yeah. But you can't explain the other half? Right. Then talk about God, at least. How do I put this? God is misfortune. Well, I don't mean that literally, it's just that it's because of God that we can't attain happiness. Is God visible? Yeah, we've all seen it, but its true form might be invisible. Let me ask about the visible part. Is it human? Though slowly and hesitantly, she gave me a light nod. Is it someone from Yasumizu? Silence, neither yes or no. Then is it someone from Kami Fujiyoshi? She kept her silence. Her shoulders were shaking a bit. Then, no, it's not human. You can deal with humans, but God is beyond them. Shit, I knew it'd go like this. Calm down and explain, otherwise we'll both be killed. Fine, I just want this nightmare to be over already. Hey, Haruki-san, kill me. If it's at your hands, I think I can really die. What you're saying? Get a hold of yourself. I am. I'm not corrupted. I'm not insane. I'm not. It's Fujiosa that's crazy. It's God that's crazy. Is God some state of being? just kind of blurted out something without thinking. Jimmy was clearly in a state of panic. The despair was one cause, but someone panicked like this couldn't explain themselves properly. Also, I didn't feel like this was simply some spiritual being she could see. She could perceive God as a sensation of sorts, and the fact that others couldn't cause her to panic. Explaining a sense like that wasn't easy, and trying to explain it in detail was also a reminder of how much it scared her. I had to try and understand what she was sensing and find a better word for it. That was what I thought to myself after saying those words, but why did she suddenly go quiet? She was raising her head. Her eyes were wide, staring right at me. She completely stopped voicing her pain. Did I hit the nail on the head? As I considered that possibility, I felt a cold, damp breeze from behind me. She wasn't staring at me, she was staring at something behind me. I'm going to get killed in a minute, and then that's a really good time to end the stream. I turned around, following the direction of her eyes. How long had the front door been open? Had I forgotten to lock the door? And how long had that thing been there? There was a person outside. Was it even human? Through the darkness, I could see that it definitely had a humanoid silhouette. But it was definitely abnormal. Its body was covered in bandages, no sutures. It was a smallish boy or girl covered in marked cloth. Again, was it even human? I asked the same question again, unable to even voice the words. I couldn't move a finger, or rather I didn't, because I had no idea what would have happened if I did. As the tension began to overwhelm me, I saw its lips move. The wolves cometh. To the smell of Yomi. Cleanse, shelter, and dream. Daughter of Fujiyoshi. A howl. I heard something fall. Turning back around, I realized it was Chimi. Chimi? Still confused, I rushed over and caught her. It was a momentary loss of consciousness. She hadn't fainted. She just seemed to be drifting, the border of reality. Hey, wake up! Why am I here? What was that thing? Wait, I'm so sleepy. Sorry, I'm going back. Chimi stood up. Her eyes were utterly devoid of life. She headed to the door. It was closed. There was no one there. I set that matter aside for now. Chimi was way more important. I had to stop her. That was why I'll take you out of here. Wrapped my arms around her. If you want to throw away your life, give it to me. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you and Mako and leave this place. You and Mako, not just you? That was her first response in a while. Well, you entrusted her to me. I'll honor the trust you showed me until the end. Man of integrity, huh? You noticed. Well, there's also the fact that I'm just not too keen on letting a child die. You've dropped the tough guy act, Haruki-san. Also, when did you drop the honorific? You don't like it? Don't mind, it's just, shouldn't there be a transition point for these kinds of things? Go out with me. Sure. So, let's get out of here. Okay. Just so you know, I'm only saying that because I don't mind dying with you. Sorry, but Miko-chan's barely a blip on my radar. That's not very responsible, is it? Jimmy-san is a girl with many brain problems, so she prefers to rely on people older than her. Leave it to me. Also, we're taking anyone who wishes to join us. I'm not getting some special treatment here? You are, and the others have a choice. But now that we're dating, I'm taking you whether you like it or not. Not sure I'm happy about that one. Do you know I'm actually not a very popular guy? Yeah. Haruki-san. Thanks. Her teary voice compelled me to embrace her. If I'm killed by the wolves tonight, don't say that. I don't care what. Take a part of me outside. Don't worry. I'm scared. I'm right here. I'm here for you. It hurt to say baseless things. Even so, I kept on saying whatever I could to make her feel better. I wonder if that vision is basically, this is the point where you need to, this is like the wolf point. Like when the GM goes, you know, everyone close their eyes type thing. This went on for only 10 or so minutes though. Even if the wolves didn't pay us a visit, we'd have to respect the rules of living here. We awkwardly exchanged some parting words, and I saw her off as she returned to her room, her parting ways with a frail smile on her damp face. Tomorrow. Everything would be decided tomorrow. And someone else would be dead. 16th. Friday. And it's still going to be in 3. Yeah. Oh my god. The final night. Okay. Okay. Oh, but... okay. Let's see. Let's give it 10 minutes, and then I really have to get food. Another morning. Aside from being really hungry, I woke up the same as always. I hadn't died. The only real difference this morning was that I could go outside as I pleased. It was still misty out, and I couldn't see much beyond the dawn. A settlement isolated in mist, a space cut away from the world. Could we really leave this place? We could. It had to be physically possible. The idea that we couldn't was just speculation. No matter how much this place defied reality. What was that thing? Why had Shimi collapsed? How sane were we? Was this even real? Was this even really happening? Human senses and memories often lied to us, though just dismissing anything that didn't make sense as an illusion wasn't a good idea. That thing had actually visited us. Its appearance was strange, but I had little proof that it was something supernatural. Thus, it had to be human. And as for the reason Shimi collapsed, there were quite a few possibilities. Unless it was a trick she'd schemed with that thing beforehand. That being had to have been too much for her to handle emotionally. Or the fact that they've barely eaten in 5 days. What did the thing say again? The wolves cometh to the smell of Yomi. Cleanse, shelter, and dream. Daughter of Fujiyoshi, was it? It basically seemed like a fancy way of saying get back to your room and sleep. That's what I said. So it was a warning from those who make the rules. Then was that something on the mountain? Great Lord Shine's side? No, to be honest. I'd say it was more like something from the other side. I mean, it kind of fit my image of Yombito. It wore sutras in place of clothing, and the cloth over its face reminded me of a funeral shroud. The word corruption seemed particularly fitting. It had a really sinister aura to me anyway. Though that was strange. Great Lord Shinai was the enemy of the forces from Yomi. Yombito wouldn't act as his messengers. Its contradiction. It was quite eerie, an alluring unknown. But that didn't matter now. My goal was to let Chimi and any supporters we gathered escape. I returned to the room, made my futon, and started searching again. The futon was the only thing in the closet. There was nothing I could use as a weapon. I gave up, left the room, and went to Chimi's. If the worst had come to pass, I had to fulfill her last request. The door was locked. Knew it. So the wolf was... I knocked. She came out after just a few seconds. Apparently she was already ready to go. I want a weapon. I figured. She gave me a pretty large knife with a sheath, probably used for hunting. Got anything for yourself? I lost my kitchen knife, so you'll have to protect me, alright? Sure. I had zero confidence in pulling it off, but sometimes bravado is important to hold on to. We went to Hao-chan's room. It wasn't locked. Shit. The room was no bigger than the others, but it was a huge mess. But it didn't look like there was a corpse present. She'd either already woken up and went outside without locking the door, or a corpse was somewhere outside like Yoshito-kun. I'd gained a habit of expecting the worst. I think that's a good reason at this point. What about Yasunobu-kun? The same. Let's check on Miko. If they killed the 4-year-old, I'm going to be well pissed. Today's mist was denser than usual. Just extending my arm was enough to make my hand hazy and indistinct. I kept on walking, knife in my right hand and Chimi's hand in my left. The settlement was way too quiet. We headed for the village plaza. I almost tripped a few times on the field paths, but Chimi kept me on my feet with just a few warnings. I could keep going as long as she was with me. I wonder if the Boy Scout guy's dead. We arrived at the plaza. There was no one there. Basically, there was no need to use the dining hall as the go-to gathering spot anymore. We passed Rikako Uematsu's house. It didn't look unlocked, but I couldn't hear any indications of movement from inside. Was she asleep? Or did something happen to her? Whatever the case, I had no choice but to ignore her. It was here, right? Yeah. Miko's place was open? Thankfully, all I found inside was just a messy futon. It was the same as Haru-chan's room. But now that it had happened with 3 people, it was safe to assume something wasn't right. Chimi, sorry, but you can have this back. Huh? I gave her the knife and grabbed a stick lying against the house. What's wrong? I need a weapon I can actually use. That aside, where do we go next? The hall, right? As it turned out, that was exactly where the other inhabitants were. With the exception of one, anyway. You're late. Or maybe we're early. Haru, she was in her usual agitated state. Tai? She was silently chanting something to herself. Miko? Haru-chan had her hands on her shoulders, but she still looked anxious. And finally, good morning, Chimi. And Haruke Fushe-san? Suna Oribe. His face was grim. Those were all the people here, meaning that... So they finally got Nosato-san, huh? Simple process of elimination was enough to know who was gone. Anyway, it was time for the first battle. Miko, come here. Bah. She tried to walk to us. No. But Haru Mashima stopped her. It was time. I raised my stick and... Huh? So you finally reveal your true colors, Fusashi-san. Suna Oribe stood in my way. He had a menacing-looking grass sickle in his right hand. He readied it for a swing at me. You're the cause of all the misery here. It's the end, so I knew it would come down to pure strength. Okay? Maybe no one's the wolf? I don't know what's going on here. No way! Huh? What? You were tricked. He's the one who caused all this. Not letting him join the feast was a mistake. If we'd hanged him, Mom, Yoshi, and everyone would still be alive. Wait, that's... We'll hang him today. That will end everything. Yes, and you shouldn't try to advance the situation based on a story no one knows. What about you? Why did you try to attack? Oh, good point. I'll tell you. I want to take back the hostage. But that's... Well, before that, let me just help Chimi-chan understand. Look how confused she is. Huh? What? They didn't say another word. Chimi and Miko were the only ones who seemed confused at all. Basically, the others had prepared for this. Ignoring who's a wolf here, there's 2 important things you got to keep in mind. First, yesterday I told Miko that I wanted to escape the settlement with her. It's best to assume everyone heard that. Escaping the village is taboo, I know that. The question is whether letting someone escape makes you a target of the corruption. That was why you secured Miko first thing in the morning, and I can totally understand that. The other thing is that Chimi and Yasunga-kan ended up on opposing sides yesterday. Owing to that, today's feast will be a one-on-one between them. Since Haru-chan would almost always take Yasunga-kan's side, he'd have an advantage. But with Tayo-san and Miko as swing votes, his victory wasn't guaranteed. That's why you decided that reconciling with Chimi and going after the only outsider here was the safest way, right? You're wrong. I'm not. That's why you took Miko as a hostage. You want me silenced. No, I just thought you'd take her as a hostage and ask us to do horrible things. What would I gain from that? I mean, I'm not part of the feast. You agreed that to yourself, didn't you? That was a mistake. If it's not you, then who else could be the cause of everything here? Haru-chan and I lost family. Taiba lost Takumi-san. We all lost people important to us. And who didn't lose anything? Only you, Haruki Fushi-san. Oh. So that was the story, huh? Sorry, Izuna-kun, but you're a bad storyteller. You seem to have a habit of putting up a wall of well-spoken words when lying or putting on an act. Please stop messing around. Oh, but I'm not, Izuna-kun. You're trying way too hard to manipulate people using their emotions. You also underestimate Chimi by thinking you can just use that as a smokescreen for the holes in your story. Well, from an emotional standpoint, blaming me for everything is definitely the easiest way. But on the other hand, you're selling yourself short. You're calm, cool, and collected, the type of guy who argues against adult absurdity with facts and logic. Please stop this pointless analysis. Well, that's something for the villagers to decide to me, not me. They're the ones who've watched you for years. Of course, I understand you went through something difficult enough to even change you. Then let me ask you this. Are you blaming everything on the outsider because you've lost your own emotions? Or are you actually acting rationally to make sure you hang me and waste today's feast so you can tip the scales in your favour? As in, are you someone who'd benefit from wasting today's lynching? What do you think, Jimmy? She gasped and looked at Yasunaribe. There was suspicion in her eyes, not trust. You could have just said that I was a wolf. Yet you didn't. You just said I'm the cause of all this because you're a wolf yourself. You hate lying, don't you? You know when the chips are down, you have to commit to the lie. Chini, you gonna believe him? Making an emotional appeal in the face of cold logic is a bad move here. You need to fight logic with logic until the end. Shut up. What do you know? You just wasted time not doing anything because you couldn't. You had a point there. I did feel like shit about that. I should have joined the feast from the get-go. If I had, I wouldn't have wasted time on pointless arguments and autopsies. However, you know, right here, there's a guy who can think for himself, but just played along with some dumb superstition, letting both his brother and mother died. As an adult, I'm really mad at him. Yes, Sonakan. Yes, once I said that. Yasun hung his head and fell silent. 10 seconds of silence were enough for everyone to realize he'd lost the argument. However, the expression on his face was abnormally calm. True. I really am a wolf. He spoke as if it wasn't a big deal. But you are misunderstanding a few things. But that just made it seem even more abnormal. We've already won. Him and Harry. He tossed away the grass sickle. His voice wasn't nearly as passionate as before. It was cold and rational. He demonstrated a confidence rooted in sound logic. But I couldn't understand what he meant. Other wolf, please reveal yourself. What was the point of that? I told you it was the old lady! Are you sure, Yasakan? Yes, that's enough. I'm the other wolf. I couldn't make sense of this. No! I told you it was the old lady! She was randomly voting for people and hiding behind superstition. And refusing to vote and everything. Being all whatever. She's the one that sort of suggested that the old man who cried wolf was suspicious. I don't understand why, though, Rikoko killed the old man and Mochi. I don't understand why Yoshi went out, though perhaps he was lured. I understand completely why the mum went nuts. And she was obviously influenced. Or, yeah, I mean, the brother lured the brother out. So they got 2 deaths out of it. I don't understand why Headbashi Shuti, but, you know, and I don't know what happened to Nasoto, the other guy. Couldn't make sense of this. Had he decided to graciously concede by selling out his partner now that he'd been cornered? No, he said he'd already won. Even if there were 2 wolves, there were 4 of us. They'd lose in votes. My answer came from a completely unexpected direction. Nichan? Nichan, you and Taiba really are the wolves? A shout of pure, unadulterated joy? Yep, that makes no sense. Haru became the least comprehensible of anyone present. She ran to Yasun and hugged him. He hesitated for a moment but reciprocated. Nico, still as clueless as ever, slowly walked over to us. Oni-chan? I'm sorry, hide behind Chimi. But... Haruki-san, what is this? I don't know. I really didn't. But I had a feeling that something wasn't quite right for a while now, and I suspected it'd be made clear now. I was certain of it, and it left me feeling uneasy. Yeah, why do we suddenly have what seems like 3 wolves? Okay, you have the initiative here. Can you explain? Taiba, you do it. Fine, fine. I've been relying on you too much all of this time. So she wasn't even denying it. Chi-chan, Mako-chan. Not me. This is something I never told you. A long, long time ago when I was still a girl, Kami Fujiyoshi's people got drunk and revealed the truth behind the Feast of the Yomi Purge. The truth? Tai Yamawaki told us a story that was very similar to the legend they told in the strange village. Well, it was less like it was similar, and more like I was looking at it from the opposite angle. The part about the great Lord Chine sending the 5 guardians to help people was the same. 4 of them teamed up with the humans to murder the wolves. However, In the real story, the good and bad sides were completely reversed. Apparently, the people and the four guardians joined Yomi on the very first feast of the Yomi Purge. Basically, all of them were Yombito. They all ganged up on, overpowered and expulsed the wolves, who tried to resist until the very end. That meant this land had belonged to the Yombito for a long, long time. The wolves were summoned here by none other than Shino-sami himself. Some people of Yasumizu were given the blessing of the wolves and had to free Yasumizu as Yombito. Basically, it was a holy war for them, and that was the truth behind the Feast of the Yomi Purge. Taiyo Yamiwaka continued her explanation. At first we thought the people of the Kamifujiyosu just made it up to make fun of us, but we found out it was true when we became blessed by Shine-sama himself. So you see, Ichi-chan, that's why we had to slay everyone. It hurt a lot, though. Takumi suffered greatly too. But we had to do it to save the Yombito, that's what Shine-sama said. Tai Yamiwaka was crying. Alright. So she was now a confirmed culprit who believed the murders to be salvation? Were just two more points I didn't understand. The corruption and the eerie message. Most things made sense if you switched Shine-sama's enemies and allies. The idea that people wearing those outfits could be the good guys was kind of weird, but, well, that was the culture here. Or maybe only the Yombito, me too, saw them as evil. Maybe that was the story here. The problem here was that I didn't know that. Chimi didn't know this. I only found out when I was blessed. So even Yasunaga-san didn't know about it. I remembered some of his words. This is just something I heard from a teacher at school, but you could do it by giving them something to fight for, couldn't you? Basically, you need to make them think that they're doing the right thing. He really hated lies, didn't he? He basically told me the truth of things. This feast actually had a system that made zealous murderers of people. Whatever, enough about Yasunaga Aribe. Then why did Haru-chan know? She was glad when she realized Yasunaga was a wolf. Basically, she already knew the real story, that the wolves were the good guys. Why? Who told her? The Okami-sami told me. They showed up in my dreams on the day Ochi-chan died and told me about it. Nonsense. Insanity. Did she seriously decide to throw her life away over a dream? But on the day Ochi-chan died? He died the night before Haru-chan tried to run away from the settlement. She believed the dream. She started to despair over being surrounded by Yombito and planned to escape. That made sense. But I did think that Taiba would know the real story. There was no way she couldn't. But she didn't say it, so I thought that maybe she was a wolf. And I began to think the same thing about Ni-chan when we talked. It all clicked. She believed. She believed the sudden revelation despite a lack of proof, and that the man she liked was in the minority that had justice on their side. And right now she said she would betray the humans and join the wolves. She believed Yasun was right with all her heart, and so the wolf had 3 votes for the feast. I can't be killed, even if Chini and Miko both vote for me. Even if you bend the rules and count Fujisashi's son's vote, it'd still be just 3. You couldn't choose one even if we did a final vote. And now, without either wolf dying, we win. It was easy. I saw it clearly now. I understood. Haruki-san. Is he? Yeah. Yasunaga-kan is right. We lose. Everyone had different reactions to my words. Chimi backed away and gasped. Tai Yamawaki closed her eyes and sighed. Miko didn't seem to understand anything. Yasunaga Oribe didn't react at all. Haru Mokishima was smiling. Oh man. All I really had left was struggling like the filthy, annoying adult I was. Haru-chan. What? Oh, Ni-chan, what will happen to Fuzashi-chan? Whatever. My name, me. What will happen to me? I'll ignore him if he doesn't interfere. I see. Was that relief just now? Sorry, but I couldn't enjoy my sudden jump in popularity. We don't have to slay him? Shinai-sami will do something if need be. That dispassionate tone didn't do much to convince me you truly believe this ridiculous superstition. But you won't ignore this, will you? Who knows? Honestly, if you're the good guys, I don't know if I should help the Yombito side. Haruki-san? You're crueler than I thought. We city folk value a well-reasoned argument. I mean, is this a little bit like the Nazis thinking they're the good guys? I wanted to say I misjudged you. It's the right decision. Very right, in fact. Big words. Hey, what the hell? You said you liked Chini, didn't you? And now you're going to abandon her? Right, I'm just going to order some food because, you know, I need to... Well, no, I need to need the bathroom. All right, okay. What we're going to do is we just have to find out how this is going to end. But I also need a very quick break. So, bear with me for a moment. We're just going to pause and put the break scene up. I'll be right back, and then I'm going to order some food, and then we'll just do what we can before the food arrives. Okay, so random thing. Obviously, my mum's been sorting through Grandpa's stuff at the house, which is kind of sad. But she just sent me through a picture of me with our old Acorn computer, and on the screen is the goddamn game that I was convinced I must have made up. I can't quite make it out, but hey, I now have proof that it exists. Okay, right. So, let me just quickly order some takeout, and then we've got until the takeout arrives. Fries, ketchup, selects. All right. Good point. Well, yeah, I was pretty damn cold-blooded. I mean, I think at this point we're probably going to die, and then we have information, and we can be like, right, now we need to discover the actual truth. Are the wolves the good guys? Okay. Well, I was pretty damn cold-blooded. I'm not too fond of being hit where it hurts, so I guess I'll respond. Haro-chan. What? You know you're going to die, right? Okay, it's going to take about half an hour. Right, that's fine. I mean, at this point, we should have ordered a while ago. But at least we can get through this bit, and at some point there'll be food. I'm wondering if this might mean I can actually find out what this damn computer game is, or at least I've got a screenshot. Okay. She's going to save she's going to save the picture for me so I can try stuffs. Okie dokes. Right. Food is usually quicker than estimated, but yeah. Anyway, you know you're going to die, right? You're okay with that? Huh? This was pretty damn bad, honestly. Apparently this great Lord Shanae was a huge scumbag. He should have told her that much. Even if you've been told the real story, you're still a human. You haven't become a wolf, have you? You didn't kill Takumi-san or Nosato-san, right? I didn't. I don't know why, but you're just a human who knows the real story. That's why the human's defeat will mean your death. You said you thought Yasunaga-kan might have been a wolf when you talked together, right? I don't think he would ever let anything like that slip, so he probably realized your role from the way you were acting. He was probably trying to lead you by showing hints, but not revealing his identity in order to test whether you'd join him. The wolves probably knew there was a human who had that role. What of it? He actually said that? This was the part where he was supposed to start lying. By not denying that you basically admitted that you were an absolute scumbag who used Haru-chan knowing you'd have to kill her. He was that bad at lying, then how did he survive so long? Wait. Something was very wrong. I'd seriously misunderstood something here, and soon enough my hunch was proven right. Seriously? What of it? Haru-chan? Haru? Haru's voice was brimming with joy. A carefree smile, laced with seductive intoxication. Yonbito need to be hung. We're corrupt, filthy, and disgusting. We can only be saved by the wolves' whirls and paws. Everyone knows that. That's why you finished off Kaori-san, right? You wanted to make your mother happy. Yeah, exactly. Ni-chan, make me happy too. Haru coquettishly leaned on him. Yasan brought her closer without even a flicker of emotion crossing his face. Tai watched them with a broad smile. What? What the hell? What were these people? So, Chimi, what will you do? If you listen to me, I'll save you. I underestimated it. I underestimated the madness of Yasumizu. And I realized too late that the Feast of the Yomi Purge wasn't just a system where zealous murderers killed each other. There was something here that completely shattered the people on a fundamental level, like a gear of madness. Those who knew the real story found salvation in death. That insane tale instantly convinced people. That it was right to agree and to find peace in that. And I was actually surrounded by these very people. Understanding that made me remember that she was from here too. Chimi was trying to take a step forward. I should have realized this earlier. She, who was afraid of God, was just like them, who accepted their salvation. Both brands of madness probably had roots in the exact same thing, so she was just as susceptible to madness as they were. However, it wasn't too late for her. Yasunuga Zoribe's expression stayed the same. But right before I looked away from him, I saw a slight change. It was bitterness, irritation, something out of place on a victor's face. That made me realize that his plan for this scene wasn't lost to madness, and they had no choice but to take advantage of the opportunity. I grabbed Chimi's hand. I pulled with so much force that she fell on her backside, but I didn't care. I dashed past her and swung my weapon at Yasun's face. Yasun. I hit Haru once. Tai twice. And Yasun 5 or 6 times. Then I ran to Chimi and Miko, who were completely dumbfounded, and fled the hall. There was no time to waste. I had to hurry up and escape. If I didn't, I'd waste one chance he'd given me. Haruka-san, what are you doing? What's going on? Hey, Chimi. What? Yasunuga-kun really has a good head on his shoulders, doesn't he? What are you talking about? My hand hurts. I'll fall. I was probably irritated, and not just because of hunger. It was because of the epiphany I'd had. And because it had taken me so long to reach it. Yasunuga Aribe had a different motive. You have a crush on Kimi Saruzawa, so you didn't want to hurt her if no one else. So you used what little reason you still had to conclude that the only way to save her was through escape. But letting someone escape would be subjecting everyone else to the corruption. So you had to have me beat up everyone and take her by force to avoid that shit. If he didn't intend to let me run away, he wouldn't have thrown away the sickle. He was basically signaling for me to understand and finally attack him. In the end, he was far more clever than me. I never stopped dancing to his tune. I mean, I think we're reading a little bit into this. Regardless of, no, exactly because of that, I had to help these two escape no matter what. After all, I'm an adult. By the way, using an adult without relying on one yourself was a very adult thing to do. Yes, sir. Oh. Shh. I know what time it is. Stop yelling at me to do stuff. Good luck with the rest. Crossed the field paths, went past the stone graves, and over the boundary. Descending the cliff took a lot of patience. It didn't seem like they were chasing us, so we could go down carefully. Chimi's expression was dead. She'd been hit hard by a sudden revelation. The game board had been flipped on her. She'd lost, and now I had to suddenly say goodbye to our old friends. It was hard to just laugh that off. Should I have told her about Yasin's intentions? I did consider it, but I couldn't bring myself to. He chose to save her by sacrificing their relationship. If she knew, she'd probably want to go back to the settlement. Or maybe I just didn't want to say it because of my pride as a man. That was fine by me too. Being able to shrug off such unfairness was one of the blessings of adulthood. Okay. So I consoled Chimi, shouted to Miko to be more careful, and generally talked as much as I could. The mist grew even denser. It's the mist part that's weird as well, I guess. And, I suppose things make sense except for why would Ukako kill people? Kill the old man, kill Mochi. Hey, Chimi. I think we're already outside the village. Maybe. We did it, and look, nothing happened. We did it? Yeah, now let's cross the river and return to town. Where's the river? I couldn't see anything. I hadn't just lost my bearings, it was worse than that. I couldn't even see Chimi or Mako's faces, and I was actually holding their hands. We were already at the bottom of the cliff, walking on the stones below. We held water, so it was clear we were close to the river. I didn't know if we could keep going right now. Let's rest. We can't. Chimi? I thought she was going to freak out again, but no, that's not it. She stopped me. Don't you hear it? Ignore the water. Confused, I strained my ears. What am I supposed to hear? They're coming after us. They were acting strange. I strained my ears again. Was it above us? I could hear the faint sound of rustling leaves from the top of the cliff. We gotta run. I'm tired. Haruki-san, take Miko-chan. The intensity in Chimi's voice made me take the situation seriously. What if the sound was just the wind, though? Was she jumping at shadows? But I would have been lying if I said I wasn't worried. After all, the question remained unanswered, and according to the legends, this was their HQ. Wait, they were the good guys, right? Still, this wasn't a normal place. I had to get out of here ASAP. After a while, I was forced to recognize the anomaly. We couldn't reach the river. I ran along the riverbed. It should have been small, just a few meters wide. But even after 10 minutes of running, there was no sight of the river. We couldn't get anywhere. It was just like ring wandering. A phenomenon where people wandering snowy peaks lose their sense of direction and just end up walking in circles. However, even if my sight was limited, how could anyone get lost in such a small riverbed? I could hear the stream right next to me. This felt so wrong. I was as good as blind. Well, I could trust my ears, but that just made me realize how useless that was to rely on. I trusted my sense of direction. Less with every passing second, so sounds of parting grass in the distance, the sound of claws stepping on the rocks. I felt like they were getting closer, but I couldn't be certain. Eventually we slowed down. The others didn't say anything, but they were clearly exhausted. We hadn't eaten for days, not to mention the dense mist made our clothes all uncomfortably damp and cold. We walked along the riverbed without uttering a single word. The sound of water wasn't getting closer, but something else sure was. Something. Things I didn't know scared me. The chill and the fear strangled me like a garrote as I carried Mako, passed out from exhaustion on my back. How long has it been like this? Suddenly, the hand I was dragging became heavier. Chimi had stopped. Haruki-san. She called my name through the mist. What? I tried to sound light-hearted, but I wasn't confident I pulled it off. We're done for. Her voice suggested the image of a grim smile. What are you saying? Unlike before, I couldn't manage the defiant tone I'd used whenever she said something stupid. It was true that something unnatural was happening and that there was no simple explanation. And Chimi was wearing down both physically and emotionally. Let's rest a bit. We'll get through this if we just go a bit further. Don't worry. No, it's impossible. Why? I think you can't get past this river as long as I'm with you. What? That was like... You heard what they said. We're the Yombito. So you're not worthy of crossing or something? I mean, I've been eating Yasumizu's food since I was a little girl, and I'm corrupted. Chimi, don't look at me. Turned around and pulled her by the arm. I looked at her face from point-blank range. It was covered in brown and yellow blisters. Before I could even be surprised or disgusted, I just kissed her. The sugary taste of blood pus... I didn't care, but I can't read that. That's horrible. Then, to discard all unnecessary emotions, I hugged her as hard as I could. My breathing and thoughts ceased. I kept it up until the pain began to fade, and disappeared completely. Eventually, our lips were separated again. She prioritized words over breaths. I'm sorry. Even so, I hugged her tight. I couldn't lose to something so ridiculous. She weakly hugged me back, but she couldn't keep it up for long. Let's go. I'm telling you that... Let's go. Presence in the distance was definitely closing in. We walked. I felt like I'd been walking for several hours now. Our pursuers were close now, but I had no intention of rushing. Chimi was slowly but surely getting weaker by the second. Her speed slackened with each step, and the weight on my arm was becoming heavier. I could hear her cough and vomit something out. She apologized every time she did, and I basically replied with "it's all right," using different words every time. We walked. Chimi's feet began to make wet sounds with every step. We walked. Maybe we'd actually been here for only a few minutes. We walked. Chimi kept apologizing. Maybe we haven't even moved a single meter. We walked. Maybe none of this was real. Then, maybe nothing that happened here would be weird. Eventually, Chimi called out to me with a hoarse voice. Haruki-san. The fact that she said something different had sparked a moment of baseless hope. And so, thank you. Her gratitude was followed by another wet sound. I had fun. With those final words, her weight vanished. It was strange. After all, I was still holding her hand. Or rather, only a hand. Well, it did say this was a psychological horror thing. With a splash, her bodily fluids spread around while her limbs and entrails just collapsed. Chimi was gone, leaving behind only her rotting hand. Perhaps the remains were piling up in the mist ahead. I had a strange certainty I couldn't touch it ever again. Was this what they called a Yombito? I couldn't accept this, no matter what. I don't care what. Take a part of me outside. I put the hand in my jacket pocket. Ugh. I took Miko, still sleeping, and shifted my grip to make carrying her easier. I continued walking for too long. Miko woke up. She was shocked that Chimi was gone and cried for a bit, then said she wanted to walk down by herself, so I put her on the ground. The very next moment, she was dragged into the mist. It was clearly a malicious force that did that. To me, it looked like a furry arm. A scream resounded. It was an inhumane, animalistic scream. After hesitating for a moment, I turned to run and caught a glimpse of something beastly within the mist Miko had disappeared into. I ran. And ran. Suddenly, I felt myself step into something wet. I had arrived at the river. It was meaningless. I'd lost everything, and in the end, only I survived. I don't care what. Take a part of me outside. Was there any meaning in fulfilling that promise? No. The meaning was for me to find. That was why I had to survive and find a forest. Yeah. I still had that hope back then. They finally broke through the mist and showed themselves. Oh, of course. This really was hell, wasn't it? This wasn't the human realm or Nirvana, it was a river of hell, so of course both sides of it were going to be hell. There was no splash when we threw Takumi-san's body in, was there? The moment we went into the mist and down the cliff, our bodies vanished from the world and reached a place from which there was no return. And I finally had no choice but to accept it. As someone who had taken in the flesh and blood of a Yombito, Kimi, I couldn't escape either. That was why I screamed stupidly, only managing to run a few steps before their sinister claws tore me apart. The end. Game over. Damn it. Where had I gone wrong? Descending into Saranaga, we didn't get a choice there. Not believing Kemi when she told me we couldn't escape? No, it went back even earlier than that. I already knew the answer. Ugh, shit. I really wish I'd been part of Yasumizu and participated in the Feast of the Yomi Purge. Maybe I could have gotten a different ending than this. That was the last thought that went through my mind before all faded away. But we get a key now, right? We get credits. Oh, this is cool. Well, we get a proper ending way later than I thought I was going to go. But my food's not here yet, so it's all good. This is not the end. We've still only had 3 achievements. Oh, 4 achievements. 3 achievements. And there's like no one here anyway, so I'm talking to myself. But I've enjoyed it. So what I'm going to do is we'll see what happens after the credits. Then I'll end the stream and I'll be back tomorrow with something else, and I will continue this tonight. I don't really want to do anything else other than play this game for a little bit more. I would raid, but there's no one here, so it's kind of pointless. But Lady Magritte and Jessie and Havor are also streaming. They're all friends of the show. So if you want something else to watch, then that's good. Also, my friend Tom is streaming, but it's in French, so that might be harder. Oh, no, Havor's not streaming. We've raided in to Tiger Lady Jess. Raging Loop, Whirls and Claws. We've got to get a key, right? Oh, hang on, I had to press. Okay. Now we get a bloop. Don't look. Reach ending number 1 and obtained key sink into Nirvana. You can view it in the keys list. We did ending 1 and got key 4. You can view in the keys list. The route unlocked by this key is represented by the same number on the chart. I don't remember what 4 came with. We'll have a look in it. We'll have a quick look in a minute. Ending number 1. Watch hint corner? Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. It's going to tell us we need to go back to the beginning. Hey, Chief, congratulations, you're in order. You've now cleared Yomi, the first main route. Embrace that sense of accomplishment and lovey-dovey atmosphere. No? You're not in the mood for any of that? Well, makes sense. Wasn't exactly a very happy ending. But keep your chin up. I'll help you find your way to a better ending. This one wasn't a bad ending, but just ending 1. Fun in the marshes with Genie. Since it wasn't a bad ending, I've got no advice for you. If you want to find a better ending, then you need to find a way to proactively participate in the feast, like Haruki said. And with Key 4, you now have the means to head down that path. You can tell from the scenario chart, but the lock this opens is way back. Just so you know, it's in 1, starting point. That was the first lock choice you had, and now you can finally open it and head on into a new route, Infiltration. Take on an even more chaotic scenario and give it your all so you don't taste the same despair as this time. With that said, that's it for this time. Die another hearty death next time. Guess it was just a dream, right? Okay, so back to the beginning. Recall. So that's where we go, literally back to the beginning. As we're not gonna play the whole thing again. I'm gonna say that this is sufficient for on stream. We did the main ending thing. We got 4 achievements. And now there is like so much weird shit going on. And it's 8 o'clock. So we've been streaming for what, 5 hours again? So yeah, we got Werewolf from Resurrection and Sink into Nirvana. But there's so much more. There are, 20 keys. We've got so much more to discover. So if we go back to the title, there was the album. So, ooh, ending list. Okay, right. So that is just, we can see that thing again. We can talk to let's talk to the sheep again. So we got 2, 4, 5, and 1 there. So I'm thinking maybe there's a 3. And then gallery. Ooh. Whole bunch of stuff in gallery. Some nice crazy people. And a whole bunch of stuff that's not been unlocked. Oh, and lots of deaths. Great. Extra isn't unlocked yet. And yeah, there's loads more achievements. So I'm going to continue with this off stream. If you want to find out what happened, how we managed to survive, then you will have to buy the game yourself. I'm sorry. Raging Loop. Chemco game. Thanks very much to ID at Xbox for the code for this one. I have thoroughly enjoyed it and will continue to enjoy it, I have to admit. We've done 2 5-hour streams, so we didn't even reach the sheep. We didn't even reach the sheep that said you should stop streaming here. That came in like 4 something or other, so we'd need to go through that whole beginning bit again. Well, with a different story, obviously. And possibly jumping back and forth because there are more keys to unlock. So yeah, this is going to be, a good chunky, if you play the game properly, good chunky game. Someone's got a 20 to 25 hour completion on here. I'm going to assume that is someone actually playing the game right. So we've done 10, I guess. Should we see completion? Usually I can see a list of. There we go. So yeah, if you're not playing this right, then you can do it in less than an hour. And okay, someone's done 37 hours. That's probably realistically. Someone's done 25 hours. 87 hours. Okay. Maybe they read slowly. 45, 42. So I think reasonably for the price, if you're going to actually play it through, it is worth it. If you are just going to hit skip and not participate in the story, then it's probably a little expensive at 25 quid and $30. But for me, I just really enjoy playing this, and I will continue to play it. So thank you everyone for being here. For those of you that made it to the end, I applaud you. I appreciate you. Sometimes I wish people would talk more, but hey, apparently we need to play Fortnite for that. Oh, and Horror, you just got in your daily. I was just about to say, you've got a minute or so to grab your daily if you didn't already. And no, I'm not going to play Fortnite. Honestly, can't stand that sort of. Doesn't interest me at all in the least. So we will not be doing that. We may consider more Mass Effect or Playtale. But anyway, thanks for being here. Next time, please talk to me more, because otherwise it feels like I am literally just talking to myself, which is less fun. So I'll be back tomorrow. There will be a shorter stream tomorrow. We're starting at 3. We'll max of 3 hours, but it may go, I'll be honest, it may be shorter depending on how I feel. So yeah, Jesse, Tom and Lady Marguerite are streaming if you want someone to watch, but I'm going to wait for my takeout, which is not going to be here for half an hour, but that's fine. I should have ordered it sooner, but I didn't know how much longer it was going to take, I'll be honest. It's not even been prepared yet. That's fine. We'll wait for that. We'll have some tablets that keep on yelling at us. But anyway, I've been Jo, otherwise known as Angel SK, and I will catch you later. Bye.